Hello, everyone. Hello, Rhino. I hope you're having a great time at the airport. Hello, Chaotic Kitten, Miss Positive Pixels. Wizard vibes. Not sure what that means, but okay. You got them wizard vibes. Maybe you're the wizard, you know? Alright. Hi, Poopette! Welcome on in, everybody. Thank you for the check-ins. I fixed the check-in stuff. It, like, broke yesterday, and fixed it. Figured out what was that problem. But today... Goodness. Yum, 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 yum. I woke up at 4 p.m., had coffee, and my boyfriend kept a dog away from my personal space because I want space after. That's valid. I hope you got plenty of space, like you would, like you wanted. Hello, my boy. Always bring us bangers. Music always slaps. Thank you, thank you. Na 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 na. I'm glad that you think so. I enjoy the music as well here. Let's see. Native. Yeah. Seems it looks like -40 is a sweet spot today. Yeah, there you go. I went into the room because the dog kept avoiding him, trying to hide behind me. Oh, thank you. Hi. Hi. Today we're doing video editing and stuff and things. I think I got everything uploaded, so that's good. I'm just gonna prepare the socials for posting their videos today, because Thursday they also get videos. Oh, my eye itches. Oh my god, my eye. Oh, I hate waking up past noon. That's a mood. I don't like waking up past noon either, but I usually like get out of bed an hour before. I need to take my meds. But I usually get up like at 11, and I'm like, boy. I know if I just got up sooner, I'd do more stuff in the day, but bed's so comfy. Bed is so comfy. Why want to get up? Why can't you just stay in the bed? I'm night owl, like stupid late night owl. That's valid. That's valid. After stream, I ended up taking a nap, and then it turned to eep, and then I kind of was up until like 3, and then I went back to bed. But I just like sleeping. Sleeping is like my favorite thing. I think this one's okay. My problem was like at the end, I think. Me too. Me too. Hi, Kiwi. Welcome on in. Happy Thursday. This one will be posting at 3. There's no much. I can't give up. I'm just gonna give myself a little alarm, an extra alarm. Am I dreaming? Oh no, it's another habit discard. It's fine. I'm eating my memes. My TikTok is only capable of behind people going crazy over Jorge announcing a new musical. Oh yeah, Illum, what I think is his next one. And also, valid. I mean, mine is also every other one is just K-pop Demon Hunters. Not mad about it though. I need an Adderall. For every minute that he doesn't give you a hug is a bite. Is a little nibble. That's how I am, at least, about it. Nope. 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 Yeah. You're a normal boy today. Actually, not even a minute. Damn, nice. Oh, I fucked it up. Oh, I fucked his shit up. Can I fix it? Can I fix it in the script? Please tell me I can fix it in the script. I don't want to have to. Hold on. I don't want to have to reload him the way that I reload him because it takes fucking ever. Someone sneezed. Bless you. Bless you. TV 3.3. Can I change it here? No. Change it in here? No. Little baby. Hi, Vex. Happy Thursday. How are you? Where is it? I know it's in here somewhere. Looking out for flowers. Bruh. Alright, we'll do it this way then. I'm so in love with you. Oh, it's just the time both of us are young. Puppy love has had its days. I'm good. Work isn't as hot today. That is good. Alright, where is this? Oh, oh, oh. Okay, chicken will be, I think 7. Yeah, that fixes it. Alright, cool. Nope. I have to reload me again. Yep, unless the minute he came into the room and just jumped in bed. Aw, so cute. I'm glad. Glad you didn't have to wait a millennium, lady. The heart is longing. Meet me at the car shop or at the pop shop. Okay. Now BLT should be good if I do this. Okay. And now I'm just gonna fix myself because I don't have my pan pin. I want my pan pin, bruh. My pan pin. There's a child screaming out my window. I don't do anything. I can begin again. I can do anything. There we go. Now we're all ready for today. I do need to make another habit tracker. New. I'll make another habit tracker. Thursday at 3 p.m. done. Missions none. None of that. None of that. Snooze. None. Label. Post. Post. Twitter. Oh, I can't label it? What? Alright. I wish I had more I could have more habit alarms. I thought it would take longer because he's usually not looking at his phone and his vibrates doesn't work, so I guess I just caught him at a good time. Maybe, yeah. This baby girl and he wanted to give you a hug. Anything, I can begin again. Okay, I already forgot what I was doing. That's all done. Okay, so I have to edit videos. Editing video first, I think. Yeah. To your life. What happened to your life? And I have to render. Oh shit! I need to message Andrea. Oh well. Talk later about it. Actually, I'm gonna do anything. Okay, the Nekarichi one is good, and the Aina Lotte one is good too. Which I need to send. And I'll do it later. Okay, and then listen here. Did you know? Ooh, I need to download a file so we can animate it later. Download. Let's put that in here. I leave it with no warning. You need to warning. How rude, how rude. I don't like it anyway. I just wanna take a million days. Will you come around? Eventually, and enjoy my company. Once you know what my love's gonna feel like, that's what feel right. You can feel. It's feel so. You want you to know. You? I don't want to get baby. Want to give you the world. You could replace me. Wouldn't mind it if you gave me just a little bit of something we can work in. Alright, where's my cryptid? I like it anyway. Think I'm closer to you every day. Will you come around? Enjoy my company. Oh baby, it was me once you know what it's gonna feel like. Feel right. You can feel like moving my screen. See, we need video transition. I want to like a wiggly one, like almost like a dream. Oh, they put it on the other. Wait, what? Huh? How do I move it? The fuck? Video, DaVinci 23. Okay, that's cool and all, but like, what happened to the little thing, the little markers that were here that showed the little keyframes? There's so much. There you go. I wanted to start here. Move that there. Let's see your voice. And then I'm presuming this can go like this, so it's like... This did get a lot easier, I will say, so that's nice. And then I'd start bringing in, like, the beatboxing stuff, I think. What's it? Alright, this is the brain stuff. You feel I ignore. It's all you. I feel I ignore my dreaming. I think about 0.73, -0.6. Or instead beatboxer. I know for a fact we want to add the clip of little face. Then what is the prompting for this? Feeling 78 to 40. 78 and then 240. I feel like no. 240 or 456. Hey Lane, should I A, quit my job 1 to 2 weeks before classes start and vanish into the woods of Hiawatha and Isle Royals, or B, not do that shit and make money for my big 2027 trip? I'm gonna be honest, I'm kind of thinking B. A mix of A and B, actually. Like, maybe, like, keep working until classes start so you can focus on classes, but don't quit your job until then so that way you can save up for your 2027 trip. Smile. I just realized it's just as kill. And that's not really what I want. I'll be back for you. Do. No, 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 no. You can tie me out, you can tie me up. You know it, it's like it's hammer time. Think it's poison, it's like my only vice. But wearing nothing but your perfume. I love you. Bottom center. Or... Okay. Yeah, probably because my 27th will be all summer. It's still early in plan, but I hit Seattle, Portland, LA, Atlanta, DC, New York at least. Yeah, I would, I'm not one for telling you obviously what you can and can't do. I ain't your mama. Unless you want me to be, of course. But, I think saving up for something like that would be pretty cool. Because then, you gotta live life a little. You gotta go out and do cool things. You know? Please come on over and ruin my life. My head got the edge of an edge. Da 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 da. This to get muted. Why is there no noise with this? Oops. Like clips. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. All right, I need the MP3. That works, I think. Okay, that's good. That's like a good clip of it. Then your life moves into me. Every other week. Oh shit, I didn't like not get the part that I needed. This part. Like this section. The main point is to figure out where I want to settle down. I'm gonna drive. It's so gonna take forever. I forgot Chicago and Minneapolis. Not bad places. NYC's a little interesting, but you know, it sounds like a fun trip. Okay, it only gets louder. Cool. Wonder if I could do. Days, what do I know it too? We can't even talk. Talk. Come home to me. God dang it. Ah, damn it. You've too fucking mean. Told me get a job and you ask where the hell I've been. On to my set. Open my big mouth. Be me. Cause I know loud. Some of the places are also just because it would be convenient. LA, Tijuana, Atlanta. That's valid. As long as you find a safe place for you, you know? What's occurring? I am creating a TikTok video about beatboxing. I like shorten it like a little bit more. Like just a little bit more. I would like it so much more if it was like a clip of their face. Yeah, I like that. So it's this part, this part. So I can go here. And we can take the rest of it. And scooted in. What? Or them. Routine. Zoom should be 1. What is happening? Hello? Be 1. Also planning on camping along the way just for shits and giggles. Fuck yeah, I love camping. Oh. I don't think people are going to be paying attention to me in that clip, so I think it'll be okay. Scoot this over. Oh, this is really how insane disappearing into the woods sounds, and I have experience with surviving in the woods. I could live for at least a week with no kit and longer with a kit. Listen, it did sound a little spooky, I'm not gonna lie to you. I trusted that you weren't gonna go, like, Sam Squanch on it and all that kind of stuff. But thank you for reassuring me on that, because that makes me feel a lot better. They weren't just thinking of fucking going rogue, you know? But, no, I figured you probably said that because, you know, you knew what you were doing and you would just want to go on, like, a camping trip. I found her. I was a Boy Scout, I've been in the woods my whole life. Not bad, not bad. Okay, so this is definitely where, like, I'm kind of doing, like, the just showing off other beatboxers. Actually, I kind of want this area. Oh. I found her. Right there. The most important thing is telling a trusted person when you are leaving and when and where you're leaving, your estimated route and your estimated exit place and time. Yep. And if I have to be that person, I'll be that person, you know? But since you got options, maybe we could go with the other one for now. You know, just for now. Not forever, just for now. Oops. I found her. I'm the part that just focused on them. 10 o'clock until I say a word. I could never tell how to sleep so well. Don't worry, my parents would find me just to kill me if I didn't tell them. Oh, sounds good. Like a bonfire lost in ice. Here's your life, babe. I think it's great. I didn't download the Lucy trailer. What? This skinny. You're too sweet for me. You're too sweet for me. Take my whiskey knee. Coffee black in my bed at 3. You're too sweet for me. You're too sweet for me. Oh, this is a WebM. Oh, it still worked. Oh, thank God. WebMs are okay. WebPs are not okay. I want like a cool action shot of her. Yeah, that shot. I want this shot. I just realized how much of a clone I am of my dad. He literally took my mom on a 100-mile canoeing trip within their first year of dating. Aww. Cute. It's cute. The outdoors is great. I love the outdoors. I'm actually gonna go camping next month. So I'm excited for that. But don't worry, we won't miss any stream. Well, we'll miss one. I'll probably take off Monday of that week next month. Because that's when I get back, and I don't want to be tired for you guys, and I want to be energetic and let you know, guys know how it went. But don't worry, I'll be taking a bunch of pictures and stuff. So. You're too sweet. We're coming back Tuesday? We're coming back Tuesday? Hi, Rainer! Welcome on in. My bed at 3. You're too sweet for me. I always heard that nature in PNW is awesome. Yeah, this I think will be my first time really going into the nature of the Pacific Northwest over here in Oregon. So be cool. Also, thank you for the check-in, Vex. Back on Tuesday. Back on Tuesday. Back on Tuesday morning or back on Tuesday night? Okay, wait, we're back on. Can you just DM me the dates? I keep forgetting to ask you to DM me the dates, but I really just need you to DM me the dates so I can prepare. Take my whiskey. Thank you. My coffee black in my bed at 3. You're too sweet for me. It's cheaper. I want to do like a money sign. A bird that was a fairy. Okay. Okay, then yeah, we'll only miss Monday's stream. Well, I think I'll be fine. I think I'll be fine. I just gotta write this down really quick. So my brain can comprehend. Going to be July. No, I gotta wait for the date. Okay. It's been a few years that I've been out there and I'm getting the itch again. I definitely need to take at least a weekend in Manistee. What the Manistee? I found it sounds like manatee. What that? But it sounds cool. Actually, can I do the clip of Red swallowing a bee? Swallowing a bee. I'm a bee. Oh my god. Oh my god. I have to look this up. Well, it's a town on Lake Michigan that has some pretty great hiking. Ooh, pretty. Oh, Red swallows a bee. There's a thing where he swallows a bee. Maybe that won't work. Okay, I'll get there Friday, 11th of July. Okay, we might miss 2 streams actually. 11th and the 14th. Okay, 11th to the 14th. 11th to the 14th. Which means I will have to, on the 7th, I need to do double scripts and recordings, pre-post July. Oops. Or no, that's not what schedule. I need a pre-schedule, not pre-post. For Friday, Saturday, and Monday. And then Tuesday we should be back and we should be good to edit stuff. Oh, good. Cool. I told my big mouth I'm going to be free. Natural built-in multi-track recorder. So built-in multi-track. This one. People I could be. And then we do this. And by the time I say multi-track, I want it to go in here. And let me find some faces. Let's do Ba, 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 ba. Home to me. Okay, I want a few things. Do perfect. I'm fucking dumb. Okay, I want saving cash. Saving money. Parent, current page, download. I'll go over here, go here. Video editing. Did you know for this one will be saves. And the chain. And then I want to gulp. Perfect. I open my big mouth. I want to be me. Is that not allowed? I should go here. You hate the fucking. It wasn't transparent. What? Oh no, transparent. This is a cheaper, and then this is where the cha-ching sound comes in. Wait, we've heard this song already. Save. Track. Just. Let's do a. Where my Papa Wabbit? Unique brain. I'll do this. And then do another one like this. This one, I want to crop it on the right side. And then this one is fine, I suppose. We're gonna do. I guess we'll just do a pop sound effect. Pop, 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 pop. There it is. Pog. Cool. Oh, it's time to post these guys. Post. Post. I want a squish sound. Slow. Where's crash zoom? Crash zoom. What about this one? I want a little, like, horn. Little doot doot. Doot. I love the little, little doot sound. The skull trumpet doot sound is like one of my fucking favorite sounds in the world. Get money. Okay, hold on. I want to put this audio with a open. Actually, multiple times. Maybe it's time, chat. Is it? I think it might be time to add more sounds to the vocal stem folder when I'm done with this. Convert my situation. Maybe C, D, E, F, G. Borbus. The coolest nature things in Michigan are the two national lakeshores, Sleeping Bear and Pictured Rocks. The least visited national park with the highest revisit state is Isle Royal Tahquamenon Falls State Park and Kitch-Itty-Pee-Pee with Palm Brook State Park. You gotta show me pictures. I want to see pictures. Do you have any pictures? Said, no, I don't. I only have a friend. Sound clips, vocal stems, OGG. Start. What I need. I'm just gonna go through and just fix something real quick. Just a friend. Oh, baby, you got what I need. Say he's just a friend. I just want to be like this. All that I need. He's just a friend. You say he's just a friend. That you. Croissant. In me mom's car. I like that one. You just get your hand off it. Mayonnaise and instrument. I got a picture of Pictured Rocks. Hitched ET. And see, I'll drop in the video. Yep. Okay, no rush. What? You need. You say she's just a friend. Say she's just a friend. Not what I need. Darn. Best friend. Okay, I'm gonna eat the horse. Omelet. Rada. What the fuck? Smiling friends. In the box. Crusty crab pizza. $21. Oh shit. Watch your profanity. I'm just like worried that like because respect me because of the naming conventions it might fuck over the program a little bit. I'm not seeing oh, it is there. Oh. Okay. Okay, I will add more audio clips afterwards. The movie and this is make this smaller. And then I want sound effects. There should be a heaven one. I should have a heaven one. Heaven, here it is. You do very hostile song. Cool. But then oh, okay. Oh, I have been added. Oh fuck! This is so pretty, Vex. Oh my god. I want to drink the water. Drink up the water. Wow, pictured rocks. Oh, those are so cool. Whoa, thank you. Thank you. Oh, that's so cool. That's so cool. The water lake is quite refreshing. Have you drank it? Does this mean you've drank it before? Swallowed it whole? I want to go swimming in it, honestly. That's what I want to do. I want to go swimming in it. I mean, what I definitely didn't drink straight out of like 100% totally different. I mean, hey man, like, you do you know, just be one with nature. It's usually pretty cold. I got lucky and hit it on a warm year. Oh, that's cool. I don't know what to put here, actually. I don't know if I planned for that. Oh, I just popped my wrist. I think. Okay. Give me this guy. Throw one back mid-range. You're acting kind of strange. And she said, no, I don't. I only have a friend. I need Gingy. I hope you're doing well. Friend. Oh baby, you got what I need. And make some noise for Queen. Look in the mirror. I hope you're doing well. Hi. Glad you could join us. That adore me. Familiar. We can build a relationship. And it gonna be in the future. We was planning. We're having a wonderful Thursday. I'm trying to pick sound effects. I can just do mouse clicks. Cause fuck it, why not? Shit. It's like. Okay. But then I need like a background video for this part. Oh. Nope, not that one. This one. And then here. And then here. Beginning of all this. Boop, boop. Oh. Oh. Nice, I like it. I'm gonna adjust it just a little bit though. A little too zoomed in. Boop 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 boop. Polyphonic. Pronunciation. Polyphonic. I want to see when they do the thing where like it's like, oh my god, they don't have one. Why? It's like the pronunciation guide where like they break it up. It's like a picture. I'll do it myself. Hold on. Roll for fun. No, not that one. Where is it? Polyphonic vocalization. There we go. Polyphonic vocalization. And then we center it. And then we go back, and then we go to all. Actually. Polyphonic. Oops. Nick. Polyphonic. Boop. Here you go. And then vocalization. I want the pronunciation. Vocalization. Boop. Oh my god, why does it do it like that? Bro, I have to go pee. Do like 90. 85 maybe instead? There we go, and then here. And then God, I have to go to the bathroom. Ah. Just call this label. And then polyphonic vocalization. That's where I add in the picture that I just made. Oh. I want that to be in the wrong folder. Polyphonic vocalization. Perfect. Cool. I think that's pretty good. I need to go to the bathroom, so I will be right back. Alright, I'm back. Alright, and we're gonna do more editing. Whoa. Oh. Oh, so much cool shit in the server. Welcome back. Thank you, wife. Okay, I think that's pretty good. I think the only thing that's left is subtitles. I'm gonna do that really quick. And then, you know what I'm feeling? Oh, fuck, no, we're gonna do that later. You know what I'm feeling? Finding of Isaac Run, just one. Just one. Just one. I've had the Binding of Isaac itch again. I want to play one round. Scripts, prompt, snap caption, text base, generate. What's happening? No. How's lowing? What the fuck is that? How's lowing? Lowing refers to a deep, prolonged. Oh, is it? Oh, they're big moo. Ma. That's lowing for a cow apparently. Is their big ma. 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 I'll make my horn shorter today. I'm not feeling too horny right now, chat. That's not a bad. Oh, that's not a bad thing. I'm just, you know, penis soft. Not a bad thing, just comfy. 8. 8 is the position. Some people can mimic multiple sounds at once. No, unfortunately, not cryptids. And say your voice. What? This twice your voice. 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 But rather an interesting skill that humans can do. This skill, also known as polyphonic vocalization, which is utilized. What a bit. I thought I had to unmute this audio. It is not muted. What? Alright. For them, it's a much cheaper. Built in as a track recorder. Another interesting fact about beatboxers that have polyphonic vocalization is that they often are able to have unique brain activity in both hemispheres, or both hemispheres of the brain. Thank you for the like, Zach! Almost like each side of the brain is its own musician. So maybe next time you're watching Lucy, think of how cool it would be if the movie was instead about her being a beatboxing god. Cool. Alright, now why is this audio track so quiet? Do I not have like a dreamy sound effect? I feel like I do. ABC. Jam, ding, door, duck. I want like a dream Dream. Oh, it's a harp. A, B, C, D. Okay, no. Video editing. Let's see. Concert. Concert. And a mini skirt. That's what I meant. It's very amused. Back mid range. Save. Got what I need. And you say she's just a friend. And you say we listen to the song so fucking much, and I like it so much, but it's also like we listen to it so often. Give me something else. I'll take some sleep token, but if you start playing songs we've heard too much, I'm gonna fucking stab somebody. Okay, we are so happy and honored. Picked out by you and aww. You admiring at your work for a while and no. True. Ew. I'm just gonna change this because I want to change how my thing works. Oh, okay. I'm gonna do some calculations really quick. Oh wow, I have more stuff than I thought I would. Which I can do in 2 sections. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10% out of 100. Wait, that's 10 out of, that's 100. There's 10, there's 10% per, 10% per. So we got 1, 2. Oh, it went back. It should be at 20%. Well, okay, maybe do the math a little differently because like the hair body and then but the live 2D model, the art, that's also something. So that's 11 out of 3 out of 11, which I feel like is still gonna be the same. 3 out of 11, 27%. Okay, okay, so we've been at 26%. Excuse me. Sorry, that burp was actually kind of weird. Sorry, it wasn't cute. These oh shit, I should send this to Bobby because Bobby hasn't seen it yet. Also, in case chat you haven't seen it yet, look, BLT is on the It's gonna be great. I'm very excited. Oh, this is long chat. What's yo? And I know! I'm so excited. I got like the cut up pieces of it all. So I'm very happy. I actually need to make this my phone wallpaper because it's my phone lock screen right now, but I need the updated one because it doesn't have BLT on it. Actually, it doesn't matter because you actually can't see that part of the screen, so that's fine. And like my phone screen is like this portion where it's just me and my cat. But I will end up animating the rest of this. But I want to take a break and do that instead. I'm gonna do a little bit of that, I think. And I'm gonna keep that open so I remember that I want to add more audio to that sound bite. To the sound folder. I don't know if it's in here though, Live 2D. It might be in the Art of Me folder, which is very possible. Good morning, PSD. And then I just need to add in this guy. So happy. BLT shadow. These are the separated layers. Yeah, so this is BLT shadow. It's gonna be BLT. Mistake you for a sign from God. Or are you really here to cut me off? I'm gonna put this up here instead. This is the what? I told you that I didn't wish that I hell watermark. Oh baby, doing a good woman. Keep that part. Make it bigger. Make it bigger. Love their signature actually. Okay. When you say oh something you do. Save the world. Okay, I think BLD Shadow's fine. I just need to cut up. Actually, I don't need to cut him up. I need to cut. Actually, no, I don't need to cut his tail. I need to cut his tail. And I need to cut his ears and his little footy. Actually, so. There's a say on somewhere to go. Select. And then remove it. Remove it so that way it does that. And this. Oh, he's actually in the slightly wrong position. Look so alone. Okay. And then select grow shrink. Okay, I think he's supposed to be like right there. I think. I'm incorrect. He is supposed to be right here, I think. Yeah. Alright, and I'm gonna do his arms. And if somebody ever decides, I don't know why I had this like notion, but if anybody like decides to come in here randomly and be like, oh my god, you're cutting up your commission art, like, did you even ask the Of course I asked the artist. Of course I fucking asked the artist. What the fuck do you mean? I'm not just gonna go about modifying someone else's art without asking them. Shrink. Like, what the fuck? You think I'm crazy? Do you take me for crazy? Like, the fuck? I'm so excited to animate this, actually. This was one of my, like, favoriteest things to, like, actually, like, animate. And I gotta show you guys my starting soon screen again. That we'll use when I debut. Oh my god. Please. I'm gonna show Buffy the art that I've gotten for this person. I love Tell. Oh my god, do I love Tell. Honestly, I need to put, like, a special thank you to them. Because they've done so much of art for me. Oh wait, no, I forgot to paste it first and then select grow shrink. Okay. Okay. Calm down, computer. Calm down, computer. In a few times. Alright, and then we're gonna redo this. So copy paste. Delete this guy. Yeah, that's like grow shrink. Remove the extra tail. Now he should be cut up all good now. Thank you for the song request. Like overlap, okay, cool. Where them arm left, BLT, arm left. That way I'm not getting confused. Arm R, ear L, ear R, BLT body. I wonder if I should cut up his face. I'm not gonna lie to you, Vex. This song scared the shit out of me. I do like this music genre, though. I'm not gonna say what I would consider it because I'm probably wrong. But, like, I like it a lot. Do like 5. See if I can make a mouth open and close. And then do like another layer that's like this color. Maybe like blur it a little bit. Okay, and that way I think I should be able to modify this. I see, okay. I'm gonna copy the upper lip as well. Over here. Now with that, and then if I go, when it goes in, I should rather do it this way. I'm adding into it instead of removing. I think that's better. Okay, the genre, but you usually hear this type of music at a powwow. Yeah. I just like it a lot. BLT under mouth. Or lower lip. BLT, open mouth. Mouth. And then upper lip. And then, oh, his little hair flippy as well. I can get this. I would like this too. Let grow shrink. Fine, remove. He should be good now. Yeah, because I think everything else I can just do in the program itself. Oh, he's so cute. Oh, this makes me so happy. No. Violent. This was in total like 105. Flint beat. Yeah. Flint beat. Good. This one. And then I want to export it as a PSD. Export. Sleepy morning. And then I'll just do V2. Save. Okay. Yes. Cool. That's all done. Not what I wanted. Let's check something. Pornography. I don't think. Let me check something. Hell has a throne. Oh my god. Let's see if they have their prices anywhere, because Bobby asked me about it. Hell had a card at one point. I'm gonna scroll up and check something. What was the icon? I don't know. Antidepressants. I'm feeling good today. Antidepressants. Hobo. Okay. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Alrighty. Draw. This is still not downloaded, which I think is crazy. Download? What? Oh, why am I being bonkers? I have done nothing wrong, kissed. Huh? This is Tuesday? This was the 24th. Did I do something wrong here? I'm so confused. Bonds. The 20th. Okay, I'll know if it's this correct because that was Monday. This is Monday. That was 23rd. Aw. I felt like it? Alright. I guess I understand. I guess. Okay, that is Thursday. That is definitely Thursday. Let's start download for this one. This is the 20th. Now I gotta make sure the enshrined one was correct too. It is cool. Cool. Change cover. The top. This one's done. Just need to be rendered. Shut up. Lockjaw. Oh, fuck, I love this song. Lockjaw. I still want to play Binding of Isaac. I think I might do that. Just for a little bit. Not like scarfing down past you. Are you okay? Why are you scarfing down fancy pasta over a trash can? Why are you doing that? Don't do that. I want to play Blue Baby. Or Blue Baby. Give me Blue Baby. I think Q is for my bombs. E is for my bombs. E is for item space. Oh. Oh wait, I should use my poop. You have a bomb? They're probably not gonna have bombs though. I didn't want to plug in my controller, but now I feel like I should. Free pasta, little time to eat. Right, I guess that's valid. Alright, I need you to like... You like explode. Yeah. Okay, now. Nope. Yep. Nope. Yep. Yeah, right there. Oh! It just turned into a normal one. Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. Extra active room. Actually, that is great considering the item that we have. He has a little backpack. Look at that. He has a little backpack. That's so cute. Actually, I wonder if I would like it if I had this on. I don't think I will. It's like so smooth. I don't know if I like it. I don't think I like it. I liked it for a while, but... Oh, I haven't gotten the item yet. Double shot! Give. I don't have any money. I have a penny. No marked rock as far as I can tell. I'm gonna go down there after I do this. Get away from me. Get away from me. Nearby. Get away from me! Yeah. Nope. 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 Get away from me. No! No. Stop that. Stop that. Stop that. Now I can get some more flies. I don't think this is the good one. No, it's fine. Okay. There's one of these that just kind of like changes you. And it's like random. I don't like it. Oh my goodness. An extra item just for me? Oh my god. Hold me? Oh! I don't know what that one does. I'm pretty sure the button for this is Q. Oh, range up! Yippee! Oh, I have a needle in the back of my head. Okay. Beep. No stopping. I have no key. No, don't have babies. No babies, no babies, no babies, no babies. Stop. 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 Stop it with those spiders. I will pin you in the corner and shed my tears on you. I need a key. I need a key. This isn't a key. Could be possible money though. Delete. Key? Key for me? What is this? Gumball? Fuse cutter. I don't know which one I want more. I don't know what either of them. Ow, fuck. Ooh, I need this. I think I might take that. Still don't have a key. No. Stop. Stop. Get away from me. Stop. Stop. I don't have to run across these guys because these guys shoot at me right as they see me, dude. Honestly, I think playing with my keyboard might be easier for me. Not as much stretching for my hands, and also I just think it makes more sense for my brain. Bet. Yes! Oh my god. I do not know what that item does. What does this item do? Oh! Dog? Oh, there's a guy in here. Get away from me. Let's go. Come in. I seen it's a goddamn conjuring. It's a goddamn conjuring. Oh, you bitch. Oh, I got a key! Item room, item room, item room. Okay. Oh my god, trickle charge is amazing. Oh, it's just taking some of my tears instead. Interesting. Luck lucky penny. Oh my god. This is a good run. I want to go over there. I don't trust it in here. Please, it's scary. Ooh. How do I switch my... I think it's a repentance item? I like looking for the items, but usually it just takes me too long to find them anyway. Look it up. This one. Control. Ooh, a half magnet? I kind of want this one more. No, my fly babies, get away! Ow, fuck. Did we already found the secret room, I think. We did. Oh my god, that hurt. Come at me. I kinda don't want you to come at me anymore. Ah! It's normal. Hello? I don't know what that item does though. The box does something and so does the... Ah, hold on. It's one of the guppy items. This one. 9 lives. As I said, his health to 1, and he also gains 9 extra life. Each time I die, he will respawn with 1 health. He has a chance to drop a super... Ugh. So it's like a box. It's a devil deal item. Is this song enough? The DJ just played it. And I'm happy to hear it. It's a catchy song. It's this one. Sacrificial altar demands a high sacrifice quality 2. When you use this item, will sacrifice up to 2 of your familiars choose at random and spawn a random double room item for each familiar sacrifice in this way. In addition to a familiar, any blue flies or spiders, 1 coin each of the guardian angels, 1 protector or seraphim. Neither of these items are that good. So, can I fight him instead? Oh, okay. Well, I'll skip it. Oh, fuck. Wish I had a lucky poop. A key. Oh god. Get away from me, get away from me, get away from me. Ooh. Is that blood real or fake? Wrong one. Shot speed up, size down. And the key. Yes. Oh, Ah. Please stop, please. There's so many things. Ah! Woo! Mine makes me toot. What the fuck? The last room had the item room, and I don't know why I didn't go into it. Also, oh, not that guy, this guy. Did that not have an item in it? Wait, what the fuck? Did that not have an item in it? Did I just have poop in it? Excuse me? Huh? I feel scammed. I just got scammed. I think I just got scammed. Like you don't know. Break the little weird babies. Ow. Away from me! I hate the spiders. Yeah, you stay over there. Please just stay over there. Please just stay over there. Please. I said just please stay over there. I don't like dealing with the spiders in this game because they're just annoying because I can't predict their movements. You're not iconic. You are just like your mom. Don't act like you don't know what you said. I have enough of that random bag now. Oh my god, I found the secret room again? That's spooky. I wonder if there's another one. And go back to the item room. Oh. Iconic, you are just like that. You really didn't have an item for me. You literally were empty. Oh, fuck, son of a bitch. Oh god, I have to keep moving. Oh my god, I am so afraid right now. Oh my god. Away from me! Oh,
one makes you small. Health.
Oh, health down. Fuck. I'm gonna be tiny. How does this work? How do I get that? How do I get the bozo hat? What the fuck? What? I want the bozo hat. What the fuck? I just got scammed out of that too. Heck. Alright, well. There you go. Please don't, please don't, please don't, please don't, please stop, please stop, please stop. Hi Gore, how you doing? Just a hi earlier when you were reacting to the art, but I'm sorry that I didn't, but hi, I hope you're having a good day. Please, please, get away, ah! No, I lost so much health. Please. Get away from me. Oh my god, I'm so afraid. Oh, I did it. Oh. Oh no, this is the bad one. Okay, what's in here? No! Fuck! Oh. Get away, get away, get away. Hello! Hi! Go away. Oh no, spiders! I almost didn't see the spiders. It was so dark. Okay. What is this one? When Isaac dies, he has a 50% half a heart. Counts as shit, maybe I should have taken the guppy item. I only have 1 heart though. What is the other one? This one? The Book of Belial! Book of Belial! I want it. Bye. Oh. Okay, it upped my damage. Okay. Oh my god, we're so dead. Unless we can get some health. Ooh, what's in here? Special. Heart? Health? Oh, yes, health. Give me that. Oh, cancer? Okay, what does cancer do versus critical charge? Thank you. I will try not to. I can't spell cancer. Here's up, fire rate increase. Okay, what about trickle charge? Lowers your spacebar item charge rate by 1. Cannot lower the item below 1. Oh, I prefer trickle charge then. I prefer trickle charge. Get away from me, get away from me, get away from me. Okay, alright, cool. You stay over there. Actually, could you blow? Actually, no, it's fine. Another one? Yo, I don't. Oh, this is lucky. I need this to. I need to move this though. I need you to go down. I need you to go down. Go down. Go down and go over, please. There could be a secret room. I feel like the secret room is here. You go over. Okay. I'm too fast. Nope. 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 Fuck. Go. Go. Oh. Okay. Okay, I was wrong. Ooh, tractor tears? Let's go. Wait. Does this cancel out my double tears? Tractor beam and double shot. Tractor beam, double shot. You have the multi-shot tractor beam, pulls them together. Oh, okay, cool, cool, cool. I'm afraid of this room. I'm afraid of this room. Am I just before? Am I? Yeah. It. From what I looked up on Reddit, that's what they say it does. So I'm gonna trust that fact. Do I? Oh! I forgot that those guys shoot at you. Yeah. I don't know if I trust it, but I'm just gonna believe. Because it would be really sucky if in a game like this, especially for how old it is, that, like, they wouldn't fix that if, like, they just kind of canceled each other out. I'm just gonna hope that it's double. Bloop. I don't want this. I don't want that. It's like the one item I don't want. Yeah. Bomba. I don't really need a bomba right now. Keep on moving, keep on moving, keep on moving. I love this game. I haven't really played this game a lot on stream. I feel like because there's a lot of other people that maybe people would rather watch, but that's not bad. But I like this game a lot. One of my favorites. Get away from me! I'm gonna bet this is a secret room here. I was wrong again! No! So slowly. What's the room looking like? Oh, this room is scary. No! Oh, get away. Oh, thank God. Oh my God. It's a pretty good game. It is. It's an old game. I know that Edmund McMillan is releasing a new Super Meat Boy in 3D for console, and then also he's doing his new game that's about cats. Ooh, wait, let me borrow this. Let me borrow this. Probably not gonna be there, but it might be here. I feel like that's not far enough. Oh, it wouldn't be there, actually. It could be this room. It is not this room either. No, please, don't, stop. Stop, please. Please. It's really awesome. Actually, it's a pretty awesome game, and I barely scratched the surface. Same. I've only beat this like a handful of times, I feel like. Okay, it could be here. I'm gonna risk it. Oh, it was! I also had no idea the Super Meat Boy thing. I thought Emden was done with Super Meat Boy. I don't really know. I thought he was too, to be fair.
Infested?
Spiders! Yippee! To be fair, I did too. I have not been using this guy. Which I need to utilize that more. But yeah, no, it was, hold on. Super Meat Boy, new. Oh, Super Meat Boy, is it forever? Yeah, Super Meat Boy Forever? Oh, it's gonna come out on Steam too? No, it's not that one. Meat Boy, new. Super Meat Boy 3D. Yeah. It could have been... He could have sold the IP, actually. It looks like he might have sold the IP for it, maybe? Did Edmund McMillan sell Super Meat Boy? Who created the game with Tommy refers to the later Super Meat Boy Team Meat. Oh, so he is done with it, but the people that maintain the Super Meat Boy IP, which is Team Meat, made the new game. But Edmund McMillan is making a new game. The programmer he worked with has continued. Yeah, yes. It seems like that is the case currently, is that like he separated from Super Meat Boy. Though he does have a reference of it in The Binding of Isaac, so. But I know he has a new game coming out called Mugenics. Yes, Mugenics. Cat breeding RPG. Which I don't think I'll like it as much as I do The Binding of Isaac, but I'd still be interested in trying it. The Papa Meat. But yeah. This one. There we go. The store didn't have anything else for us, really. I don't think that pill's a good pill. I feel like I've had this pill before. Yeah, it's a bad pill. I don't want that pill. What the fuck? What is the backpack does another thing? How do I change the... Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, well, I'd rather use a book of below. A demon? Hello, sir. Are you gonna give me a devil deal item for free? For free, mate? How do I get the fuck away? What is this little thing? There's a thing right here. Whoop. Damage up, range up, control tiers. Ah! Oh. I'm so tiny now. Gore, what does affect mean? I didn't say that word when I was reading your message because I don't know what it means. Can you tell me what it means? Because now I want to know what it means. Stop. Stop. That was a lot. That was a lot. For a first room with battle in it, that was a lot. Penny. As far as I know. Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you. I don't really want to deal with that right now. Ooh, what's in this? Rune bag, rune generator. Oh, shit! I have yet to use runes in this game, actually. Hold on. I have to be Isaac. How to get to Isaac as Blue Baby. To get to Blue Baby also, no, I need help walking Blue Baby and the D6. Generally help you get through this. I think the most important part we're doing it is not picking them up until you clean the floor, including the boss, and you just go to the floor. Don't really wait to get hit, do the spirit hearts. How do I get, wait, how? I'll take my Isaac. Unlocked. I have to complete the image as Isaac unlocked in just during the cutscene. Isaac with Blue Baby, you just need to get it with only large chops. How do you get to Isaac? Access the chest, unlock Blue Baby. How to unlock D6 binding of Isaac. Unlock by beating the cathedral boss with Blue Baby. Oh, the cathedral boss. Okay, so I have to pick the Polaroid, right? I have to pick the Polaroid to get. Do you pick the Polaroid to get to the cathedral boss? No, you do not need it. Oh, okay, right. I have to do that. That is correct. Get away from me. Get away from me. I don't know why Tier's not. Tractor, okay, we'll say the tractor beam and having, controlled tiers isn't great. It doesn't do a lot, I feel like. Because the tiers just kind of want to stay with the tractor beam. You don't want to veer off. But that's okay. Stay away. Nope. Woo. Need that shit. Oh my. Oh! I didn't see them. No. Please get away from me. Please get away from me. I don't trust you, jumping spiders. Planta. Bling, ding, boom, boom, planta. Bling, ding, boom, boom, planta, planta. Dun, 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 planta. Dun, 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 planta. Ooh.
Rune shard.
Wait. Oh, I just don't want to have this pill on me anymore. This is a health down pill and I don't want to accidentally take it. Oh, what do you mean? I wasn't looking. Oh my god, okay. So hard. Yes! I have enough for this. Hopefully I'll get more coins. Okay. Okie dokie. Okay, this room could have a secret in it.
Justice.
Yippee! Give me the bombs. Oh. No. I actually kind of want the fly more. Let's go see if we can get that one. Did we try this one? I don't know if we did. We did not. Oh, we can get the fly. Oh well, maybe we can still get the fly. I would have liked that before getting the soul heart, but that's fine. Fuck. Oh, I donated 1 coin. And now I don't have enough for the bag. Yeah, I knew I wasn't gonna like this room. It's not that bad, but... Oh, you son of a bitch. Oh, lame. That's a spooky chest. I'm not taking this. Guppy's tail! Oh, I could have been Guppy. Oh, you son of a... I could have been Guppy. Well, now we can get the little bag thing. Oh, you son of a bitch, I have 1 heart left. Do you have any soul hearts? No? Okay. There's 1 more chest in here? Please have soul hearts, please have soul hearts, please have soul hearts. I don't want to be smaller. I don't want to be smaller. What does the fly thing do? I thought it was the big beautiful fly thing. This one. Hive mind. Causes your friendly... Oh! Where's my other card? The Fool? Wait, there's another room I didn't go to. I could use one of my keys to open up the chests in there, actually. Well, this is the room I didn't want to deal with. I braved it. I braved it. I braved it. I braved it. I can't believe I braved it. Get away, get away, get away, get away, get away, get away. Ooh. Huh! Okay. Soul heart? Pitchfork. Soul heart? Ew, bro. I could really use Dark Bomb right now. Okay. Boss room is north. Please, 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 just stay over there. Stay the fuck over there. Oh. Oh my god, oh my god, I don't know how I did that, I don't know how I did that. Soul hearts! Yes! Ah! Yippee! Haha. Sure. I want another key? Kind of insane, don't you think? You wanted 3 of my keys? I knew I shouldn't have trusted you. Okay, well, it gave me like 2 keys back, I think. Oh my god. I panicked. I just wanted to run around.
Shard.
Infested.
Empress.
Ooh. I'm so afraid of this room. Haha, bitches! Get punked. I need that shop room. Is this gonna hurt me? I don't want it to hurt me. I don't trust it. I don't trust it not to hurt me. Please just die. Please just die. Please just die. Okay, there could be a secret room right here. There's not. God dang it. How about you stay the fuck over there and I stay the fuck over here and we, you know, don't cross paths. They gonna come back? They are. That doesn't do anything for us because we don't have any hearts. Oh, this is not gonna have a secret room. This one could have a secret room. Okay, stay here. Oh, please. Getting hurt noise make me sad. Oh my god, get away from me. Whew. Whew. Oh! Toilet thing? Oh! Wait, what does that do? What does this do? One turns over here. I know. Oh! Oh, fuck. I think we should take this item instead. Because is there a difference between this and poop? Because if we get the poop thing no matter what... Oh shit, okay, cool. I didn't know that's how that worked. I just need to get out of here. Okay, so hard? No? I think I'm not supposed to be using the rune shards. I think I'm supposed to be saving them or something. I don't actually know. Do you want to maybe count as a double room so I can have the plush item again? Penny. I'll take this. This. I don't know if I trust that one. Bombs are key. Okay, that's fine. Oh my god. Oh my god. Please. Oh my god. Oh, no. Don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. Oh, ha ha. Yeah, how about no? How about... I don't wanna... Okay, there's the boss room. I'm just gonna go to the boss room. Oh, okay, I see. Oh my god. Oh, why didn't I use that in the beginning? Oh my god. I'd rather go to the cathedral. Oh my god. Please just die. Please just die. Please, for the love of God, just die. I'm gonna have such a bad time in the womb, man. Like, cause I never get soul hearts when I go to that level, and I just. Oh, thank you. Okay, what's the difference between the Polaroid? But taking damage, you have half a red heart or less. The Polaroid will give you invincibility. Pricing grants access to chest floor, allows you to open the door at the beginning of the depths too. And then the inverted. +1 damage after taking damage. If you have half a red heart or less, the negative damage will deal all of your enemies. I still take the dark one. Headless baby. What does the stabbed one do? This one. Backstabber. Every time one of your tears hits an enemy, has a chance to start bleeding, which will cause it to take damage. The bleed damage dealt by backstabber is based on how quickly an enemy is moving to the area. More damage. I don't want to risk the heart. I don't want to risk the heart. So. Curse of the minis, huh? Please get away from me. 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 I would like you to decease. Chest with Pinky! Oh my god. I didn't expect this. I didn't expect this. I didn't expect this. I didn't expect this. Where'd you go? Please don't hit me. I'm just a little baby. Please don't hurt me. I'm a little baby. Okay. I don't want to. Why are there so many bosses down here?
Rune shard.
What do rune shards do? I don't even know what they do. Up? What about secret room? No. Okay. Please, stay away from me. Stay over there. Stay over there. What did I say? I said stay over there. Please. Okay, I can deal with the heads easier than I can the guys fucking chasing me. I like this poop thing. This poop thing is nice. Oh my god, oh my god! Get away from me! Ew. Will there still be... Are there still shop rooms on this floor? I don't remember. I think there's still shop rooms on this floor. Is there a secret here? Okay. Well, I tried. Oh my god, oh my god. Yippee. Okay, go back. Alright, I'm kind of mowing them down. Don't hurt me. Okay, cool. Oh, this is a boss. I'd like you to stay over there. Yippee! Heart? Oh, pajamas! Pajamas! Oh! Yippee! What? What was that room? I don't know what that room was. That room was something. I don't wanna deal with it. I don't wanna deal with it. I love the flush, especially on Blue Baby. I can deal with this. I can deal with this. This guy, this guy. Oop, wrong.
Full health.
Full health. Dog. No, it took away my trickle jar. You son of a bitch. How to drop the tick. Using magic trigger or using the gulp pill. Ah. Okay. I would really like it if my tears could just like go. Cool. Okay, I don't know what hit me, but I think we're okay. What does this room do? The D4 room? Rerolls any pedestal, swim floor. Okay, interesting. D, I guess. I don't want to deal with this. Oh, we didn't affect them. What? I should have used it on this room. I should have used it on this room. I actually don't know what these enemies do, the ones without their fucking heads. Okie dokie, what is this?
Infested?
Dog. Give. Let's just use this. I thought there was a shop room on this floor. I guess not. Just pop it in to say I hope everyone's having a lovely day and enjoy the game. Thank you! I hope you're having a lovely day as well. Oh, so much money! Money, 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 money! Money! Alright, I want to go to the dice room, because the dice room's not going to affect anything, because we don't have anything on pedestals. Then the Wheel of Destiny, okay. Soul Heart? Soul Heart? I'm going to go till I have 40. Hill? Infested? Ooh, money? Game, this song is freaking me out. Very high intensity. Ooh, go again. Okay, we'll go till we have 35. Come on, till we have 35. One more time. Okay. Well, we tried. There's a third one that came down. That's fucked up. No. Juice. Rune shard.
Rune shard.
I don't know what the rune shards do. Boop. I can handle this guy. Okay, these guys aren't so bad. They just throw out a detonating tumor. Ooh, an arcade room? And I got more money. You want my keys? I need my keys, buddy. I can give it to you. You gonna give me something? You gonna give me something? That's 5 coins now. You're a little greedy there, Buck. Okay, I kind of need soul hearts. I'm not one for the whole... Okay, thank you for the key. I'll give 1 key to your friend over there. Ooh, what's this? Ooh, that's not bad. Thank you. Oh, yes. Alright, 1 key for you. Alright, goodbye. Here. Oh, it's a lot of these tumor guys. Oh my god, I almost got hit. Okay, nice. I got another key. I can give another key to that one guy. I didn't want that. I just wanted to flush it. Flat penny. Oh, petrified poop! No! What do you mean? I just got petrified. No! Oh. No. This game has cocked me. Ooh, it's Chub. A weird version of Chub, but it's Chub nonetheless. Ooh, what's in here? You. Alright, oh my god. Cool. Oh yeah, cool. Oh, fucking Christ, that scared me.
The world.
Hog? I'm not seeing a shop anywhere. I'm presuming there's no shops in the world? I thought there were shops in here. Kind of money equals power kind of situation going on right now. I'm gonna go this way. Okay. Yep. Don't hurt me. Okay. Ooh, moon shard.
Rune shard. The sun.
Oh, it didn't heal me. Oh, I was hoping it would give me at least one soul heart. I know where a bunch of fucking batteries are. Soul heart? Yes, please. Don't mind if I do. I have so much money! I don't know what to do with all this money. Oh, Mom, get away from me. Oh my god, I didn't know there was another one. Oh my god, there's another one. Oh my god, yes. Yes, I don't want to say anything in case I jinx it, but I'm pretty stoked right now, chat. I don't know what this little toot does. The little heart right there? I don't know what he really does. It's like crying makes me toot? Was the item? I'm gonna have to look that up, because I want to know what it does. Okay. Oops, wrong thing. Toot. Crime makes you do. While firing tears constantly for 7.5 seconds, use a spawn a poop cloud, which will deal periodic damage to enemies that come near the cloud deals. Oh, okay. That's cool. Honestly, tractor beam makes that a lot easier. Nope, don't want to deal with that. No, thank you. Oh my god, okay. Get away from me. Get away from me, please. Get away from me, please. Mobile Diglett, I need your head to pop out, please. Thank you. Alrighty. This over quickly now. Alright, we'll look at chat in 10 seconds. Ah, shit. I almost did that without. Dead, baby!
Rune shard.
Oh my god, you're playing Binding of Isaac. How dare you? How dare me? It's one of my favorite games. What do you mean? Have you ever played co-op in this game? I have once. I think the boy run I remember the best was where I had Epicac and was doing well, then picked up Boomerang. Oh, fuck! Yeah, that would fuck you over. Boomerang tears? I was wondering, do you think it's crazy to have a burial instructions at 20? My coworker thought I was insane for that. No, I don't think so. Hi, Bobby! Huh? It's so fun. Understandable. Alright, what's gonna be in here? A lot of babies. A lot of babies I see. I don't want either of the babies. Okay. We gotta go up. We need to go up. So I want to unlock the D6. If we can unlock the D6, I'm gonna be so fucking happy, dude. Get away from me. Get away from me. Clutch. Fucking love this item. I don't want to go there yet. How is everyone? I am good. I'm playing the Binding of Isaac. Huh? What did I buy? Oh, fucking bullshit. That's what I get hit. Get away from me. Get away from me. Soul Heart? Fuck. I'm gonna nap, but I want to hop in and wish all good night. Have a good nap! I wanted 1/5 of my ashes fed in each of the Great Lakes. That's kind of cool, though. Down on me. Might have to flush these guys. I'm flushing these guys. I'm not. It didn't work. 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 It didn't work, chat. It didn't work. Chat, it didn't work. Chat, it didn't work. What do you mean it didn't work? Oh, I just wasted that. That makes me so sad. I'm so fucking beat from work, so I'm taking a break from work. Good. You deserve it. I don't want to burn out. That's why I'm taking a break and I'm playing the Binding of Isaac, and I have been for almost an hour. But you know what? You can't just... My philosophy on playing games like this is you can't just stop mid-run. I wish I said that and my entire shit that would be crazy. That is crazy. That's the universe telling you that maybe you shouldn't, but you should anyway, because I say so. Okay. I don't want to deal with that. I did not want to deal with that at all. But all my poops are in there now. That's like four flies. I don't want to miss out on 4 flies. Okay, well, maybe like 1 fly. Okay. Little baby boys. Can you just walk into my tractor beam, please? Okay, thanks. No, I don't want to deal with that. I don't know what that's about, but I don't want to deal with it. Where's my other one? Which one? It's up here. Something I kind of also don't want to deal with, but can. Stop it. Stop it right now. Why is this one different? This one is different. I can't figure it out because I don't have it. Stop it. I don't have any bombs because I risked it on the soul heart that never happened. We gotta go down this way. This way's the bombs. I'm gonna use... I'm afraid. I'm so afraid. I was so afraid. I did not know what that eyeball did, and I did not want to fucking find out. Let me tell you what, chat. I was not about to find out what that eyeball did any more than I just did. Oh my god. Dude, don't squirt babies out of your eyes. It's weird. Ew, ew, it grew another one! Gross.
shard.
Alright. I just have to pay attention. Oh, oh god. Okay. I got this, I got this, I got this. If I beat this, I'm pretty sure I get the D6. Oh my god. Okay, 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 okay. Correct? Is that a correct from my thing? I did it! I did it! Yay! I don't know if I got this cutscene before. I think this actually might be a new cutscene. Yippee! Yay! I got the D6! Yay! Win streak 1! Hey! I did it! I did it! And Blue Baby. Blue Baby is actually kind of fun. Oh, I did this stuff on hard mode, did I? Interesting. Sad. How many times have I died? I've died almost 1,000 times. Yeah, there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 endings I don't have. Wait, what are the secrets? Oh, these are unlocking all the characters. Yeah, there's 2 characters I don't have. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Oh, that's cool. There's some things I don't know. Yep. Yeah, there's 2 characters I don't have. Bethany and Jacob. Unlocked by beating hard mode with Lazarus without losing a life. Lazarus? Fuck, yeah, right. Probably do that in easy mode, to be honest. I always play on hard mode. And I don't know how to get Jacob, so. I've played this game a lot. I've played that game a lot in my life. How many times have I played it? Team Summer Sale. Oh my god. Oh my god. Fuck that. Damn. Okay. I'll look at that later. I have 340 hours in the game. Alright, now we can go back to working. Alright, okay. I marked that in here, I did. Okay, cool. Okie dokie. Oh, for fun. Rent Lord. I had the VOD in case I want extra footage for this too. Okay, this, I want to be at like the bottom. Like really zoomed in. Street. No, houses. Videos. I want something more dramatic, I think. Yeah, I like this one. Here, download. I don't want to add a track. Sometimes time. Oh. And here. I wonder if I can put a color compressor on this. Open effects. Actually, oops. Can I go on it? Cool. Let me turn this on. And then roll for fun. Right one. Hey. This. Oh. What the fuck? Did I delete it? What the fuck? Are you proud of me, Gore? Are you proud of me? I did it. I actually did it. I actually had that idea to do that yesterday. And I was like, I'm gonna do it. And then I did it. Which I'm very proud of. Because I had like a losing streak of like 87 on the other one. I think. It's a big I think. 6. Probably too much. Yep. 183. Negative 183. And then this one gets the roll for fun 78 760. 78 760. Oh damn, yep. The game beats my ass and then lets me have a good run and then it beats my ass again. That's my relationship with that. With that game. Oh. The fuck? Guess that makes sense as you go after harder and harder challenges. Yup. Also, I haven't played the game, I feel like, a lot. Like, I'll play it in spurts, so like I'll be like really bad at the game for a while, and then I'll get like a pretty nice run, and then I'll be bad again because I haven't been practicing. Oops. That there. And I kind of want this footage to scoot up a little bit. Yeah, like that. So it's kind of like. Here comes the game. Do I want to do a transition? I think I want to do a transition there. I don't know what one would be good. Maybe we do this one. Actually, that one's not bad. But that's not bad, actually. I just need music now. Which I'll do 2 different songs, I think. We'll do, we'll do dramatic music, and then we'll do, like, normal music, I think. Is my plan. Next page, please. Okay. What's this one? Nope. Nope. Demonic space opera. Let's look at genre. Let's do upbeat. Let's see, how long is my video? From 5 seconds to 27 seconds, which is 12 seconds. I could do this one. Save, and then we want like a dramatic one. Next time? Okie dokie. Alright, I'm gonna be right back, and I'm going to go get a snack really quick. And then we are going to finish this off and then do some other stuff. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I think, oh, we're gonna animate BLT for the starting student screen and then do something else probably. So I'll be right back. I'm back. Did you guys miss me? I don't know what I just saved. Oh. Oh? Yeah. Okay. I need like big dramatic. That's not dramatic. Dramatic scene. Marching metal. Smooth jazz, drum and bass, modern jazz, Ireland choir, dubstep blues, modern blues, Ireland. What? Wedding, post rock, bossa nova. Yeah. Island sad. Oh wait, no, there was one. I'll take this one. Okay. Close. And then let's go here. I'm gonna do this song. And clip it here. I need to pause this. I don't want to go more dramatic, so let's go. Let's do this song. Let's see, record scratch is what I want. Bloop, bloop. That goes there. I want to make it bigger. Cut this here. Just make this around the same height. I think that's fine. Now I just gotta do the captions. Snap captions. Text color. Boop. Oh, I didn't add these. Oh, I think it'll be okay. Actually, it won't be. I will go back and add them. Alright, roll for fun is -123. Hi, Pixel. How are you doing? Not correct. It is gonna be here, which is 24. Why? In a world where rent is so fucking high that I wish I didn't have to pay. Lord, a combo making roguelike real estate game where you buy properties, manage your income, and overcome weekly challenges. We did a little giveaway over on Steam for some stream for some keys. But we played it, and it was a lot of fun. It was really interesting. The mechanics work around you not putting all your eggs in one house per se. If you'd like to try this game out for yourself, today it's currently out on Steam for the low price of $5, which I know is lower than your rent. Save. Save. Then where there was the last one, it's the Did You Know video, this one. And then add track, text, this one, this one. It's smaller, put that there. And make it Proxima Nova bold. And then here. This one is wing. And then this one. Cool. Well done. Save. I can check these guys off, and they're all done for this week, which is awesome. This needs to move. Here. Yep, okay. 18, 19, those are good. June, okay. I just gotta wait for that to move. And now, what are we doing? Right, we're going into live 2D. Okay. We are kind of play mobile go by yeah. Live 2D, sleepy morning. This one? Yes. Cool. I'll open this one. Oh. Cool. I'm just gonna do this. We're gonna take this guy out. Do that there, and then delete this. Yes. File save as. Yes. Sleepy morning. V3. V2. Yep. And then we'll art. Cool. Alright, now I need to start. Oh, my eyeball. Oh, my eyeball. Ah! Alright. Ghost of Chicago. He gets married. He cleared. Meow. The coast of Chicago. There we go. Cool. Start tomorrow. Married tomorrow. Boop, 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 boop. Da 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 da. Gotta make these even. There we go. There we go. I kind of want this. Let's see. This. Like this. We go. Okay, cool. And then this is where the tummy sits. And we're gonna make like fake leg area, kind of. So that way when he breathes in, he is very cute and just kind of separates itself from the leg, really. I'm the one who really needed saving. And this one goes here. Goes there. Oops. But there should be like some marker, I guess, of like this one, and this one, and this one, and then this next here like that. I think that'll work. Okay. Oops. Try to do his little leg. this. Alright, cool. I will get done. Shadows are fine. This guy. I'll just dance. Really can't breathe. 3, 4, 5. Let's see if we can figure this out. Come in. There we go. What we're gonna do is lower lip. Is lower lip actually my... yes. I kind of want the lower lip and this body part to be glued together. Glue it. Mind. But I want this to be here like that. Boop, boop. Oh, low. Oh. I'm just gonna split this into 3. Usually the best, I think, is just to split it into 3. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, yep. Will you still love me when I think this gets us like one of the mouth actually. Nope. Cancel, yep. I want this to move the same. Actually, let's just keep it like that for now. I'll take these guys. I'm gonna bind them. And then we're gonna take this guy. Make it bigger. Cool. Okay, she just okay. Okay. Fries. 2, 1, 6. I don't think this actually needs 6, but we're doing 6 anyway. Please let me bring my So tell me that you love me. Tell me if you can. 3, 4, 5, 6. Actually, don't think I need this one. Auto connect. Yep. Over there. Boot. 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 This one. This one will go to this one. This one needs one in the middle. Two. Auto connect. And then I'm gonna copy this guy and give him to the other arm. He's very similar. Boop. Oh, where'd he go? Where'd you go all the way over there? Okay, check these two. 3. Here we go. The 1, 2, 3. I'll split these. And here. And there. It's actually not bad. Boop, 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 boop. Boop. There we go. Let's smooth this out to where I want it to be. There we go. And then we copy this guy for the other ear. Oops, horizontal. Oop. And then let's take the bits and scoot them. Delete this guy and this guy. And just scoot them on in. Oops. Oops. Excuse me. Thank you. Recognizes you. You too. Are you serious? Are you serious? Okay. Oh, good. And I think BLT actually goes underneath me. Yep. Okie dokie. Where are we? Okay. And now, Guess we'll do this first. Right? Because this is like everybody's taking a breath in. Let's just take. Okay. I need to go up a little bit more. I think if it goes up, it's gonna disconnect from the mouth. That's okay though. Actually, let's take these three, move them up. Breathing in, your mouth widens. Okay, so this guy, and then this guy. He's doing drugs. I actually think that should be inverted. Actually, his mouth should be like this. This whole thing needs to move up. OCD. And then I would go back to his face. And then select, I feel like these three. And then move those up. And then go back to the upper lip. And I just want to move this up just a little. And then I want this guy. I'm going to tie this to this. Why not? Oh fuck, I made it to gas with 0 gas left? That's crazy. Good job to getting to the gas station though. I'm proud of you. So fucking lucky. Let's go! It was meant to be. Maybe spreading your ashes and likes wasn't meant to be, but this sure was meant to be. Can I get a cigarette? No. It's a little bit much. Rah! Rah! Okay, it's this one that's like a little bit too much. Actually, around no enemy, nothing but his. This is to kind of like stretch a good bit, but I don't want it to like come off his head. You know, it does need to go up a little bit. I think that's the actual problem. Okay. And everyone... I think I would just make his ears kind of breathe a little bit, to be honest. That pulls it a little bit much, so I'm just gonna take this and bring this back in. Cool. It's so subtle, but I love it so much. And then little belly. Make this smaller. I'd rather just grab these verts and then move them. I'll move this one up. The doorbell rang. I ain't getting that shit though. I am knee deep. Knee fucking deep. I think this bottom part will move just a little bit. There we go. I don't know if I could move his feet at all. I'm gonna try. And now it's like a full body breath. Now I have a question for myself. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do this, but I kind of want it. I want to give him like a little scratching animation where he's like scratching my side, scratching his little side, and I think I'll attach that to this. I can. Alright, this. And underneath the body. Underneath the body. Not too much. And so it goes. Does it look like he's scratching his side? I feel like it's not. So it's like, So it's like, up. Oh, and this has to go back down actually. And this is gonna be up. Oh wait, you know what would be cute? Actually, if I went out. like that. And I just take these guys. Oops. Take these verts. Just bring it back in. Gasoline and popsicle acquired. Nice. What kind of popsicle did you get? Honestly? I want this to kind of... Did I not? Okay, there you go. Well, this might look bad. Let's see what it looks like though. Lime, to be honest, pretty bad, but it tastes good and is refreshing, which is what I wanted. Okay, was it overpriced? Hopefully it was cheap. Okay, this does look kind of bad, but I think I can fix it. I don't want this. I want this to kind of hold longer. It was like $2.50, so not so bad, but it's just pretty hard. Holding hard, I like it. Actually, no, undo that. Go. Actually, no, yeah, do that. And then when it gets to the middle, I kind of want it to go out again. Like. Aw, that's such a cute little knot. That's such a cute emote. Okay, so let's remove this, add this again. I want his arm to stick out. Just stick out, like stay stuck out. So now it's like, yeah, there you go. And then now we're gonna take this part. I'm just gonna do that. But then we're gonna like faux curve it. We're gonna fake it. Make it looks like it's curving, so it looks like it's revealing more than it is. A bit. Try to at least. Thanks, I just made it this week. Oh, that's awesome. Honestly, I'm surprised. Do you actually, I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say it like that. Do you have like commission score for your art and stuff? If you don't, that's where I'll put in the I'm surprised. Because I really like your art. You're very creative. Okay, I think that's fine. I'm gonna go here. I think I should be taking this whole thing. Left and right. I'm not messing around. Down. Nope! Okay. That's fine. That is a-okay. I was just curious because I like your art. I think a lot of people would like your art. Stop. Nope. Darn. Okay. Cool. Nope. Let's take like this section here. Aw, shucks. Don't say aw, shucks. It's true. I like all your emotes and your art and stuff. And your 3D model is so cool. Your, like, VTuber model is really cool. You have had me double taking, whether I want a 3D model or not multiple times now. They're just cool. I like yours. This part. Cute. Okay. I'm gonna go back to breath. And I'm just gonna have this arm move up and down with his breathing. Oop. And this will just go up. Is that doing the thing? Oh, it's just more subtle, I think, than I think it is. Yes, it is. Okay. But this needs to come back down like this. I'm gonna exaggerate this piece a bit more. That's the question. We'll go tonight. That's the question. Then this guy. I also want to move this piece up a bit. Out of it. Cool. And now I think the last thing is just his tail. Which I'm gonna give him a little happy tail. So it'll be like wagging in his sleep like a little puppy. I think that would mean like that. And then like this. I just wish I had more art stamina. That's valid. I mean, you got a big boy job, you know? So it makes sense that you don't. Not everybody's got that full-on stamina. I have that stamina because I don't have a real big boy job, but you have a real big boy job. So, you know, it makes sense, honestly. What is this? What is that? What is that? What, hold on. There we go. Boop. It's perfect. Okay, time to drive home. I've camped in this pump for long enough. There's no one here, but still understandable. Please drive home safe. We love you. I should know. Thank you for the lurk. I'm gonna get every pixel I can out of this. Come on. Oh, I just want to move you up. Oh, just move up. Oh, you're gonna make me scream, aren't you? Oh, it really cuts off the bottom of his thing. That sucks. I didn't realize that. But it got the most important parts. Okay, so we're gonna take the breathing. It's at 0, and then we're gonna go 30 frames in, I think. And then we're gonna add 1, and then we're going to animation, track. Okay. Pause. Okay, alright, hold on. Okay, let's undo that. I think we had to do it to 3 actually last time. The 3, it's like, I think that's 3 full seconds. Let's try that. Back and bake animation for physics. Okay. Let's see how this works. I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't understand. Okay, let's put it halfway. I think that's halfway. That's halfway. Let's bring it down back down to 0. Big animation, okay. Still too fast. Okay, let's do 5. 5's not bad. Go to 5, and this one will go to 3. I think? No. What is the halfway point of this? It's like here, maybe? It is cool. Okay. This whole thing. Crack, bake, okay. Yeah, this works. It's still a little bit too slow. Let me do it at 4. I think that's the same. It is. Okay. I look at the waves. Okay, let's do. Is it this part that's weird? That's fine. I feel like it's this part that's like weird. Okay, how's that? I think maybe this part needs. Why can't I modify this? Oh, there you go. There we go. And then there we go. I forgot. What do you mean you forgot Rhino was away this week? What do you mean you forgot he was away this week? What do you mean, Havoc? What do you mean? You goober? You are goober. This is the same. Oh.
She beef of my stroganoff.
Hi, Nox. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a wonderful day. I was sitting there like, why? Where is everyone? You need to make a Google Calendar. You need to make a Google Calendar so that way you know when people are out of town and everybody can edit the Google Calendar. Oh, I think this is good. Save. Sleepy morning V2. He has one. He just has to use it. What? Could send it to me. What's up, G? What's up with you, G? How you doing? I'm good. I'm good. I am just video 20 1080 work area output all seen high quality. Okay. Sleepy morning raw. Okay, going to farm spice lurking. No problem. Have fun farming spice. But I'm doing good. I am just animating the starting soon screen because we added BLT. We didn't have BLT before, so we have to add him in because he's an official part of the family, aren't you, buddy? Aren't you, buddy? Aha. Alright. Do you want to see the file? Yes. Sick. I know. I love Tell. Her art is amazing, so I'm happy that I was able to get this piece updated a little bit. Hopefully it wasn't too much work for them. Lazy. Probably hates me. Other Sleepy Night, I think it's based off of. You know. Is it Sleepy Morning? Upgrade. Oh, it's like lagging. I don't like how small this is. Get it bigger. What frame rate is this? I don't trust that this frame rate is actually that great. I might have to move the starting screen though. Okay. So we're going to replace self-appreciation, or no, save project as V2 file. Replace with our project live 2D sleepy morning. There you go. It looks like it has BLT in it. Also, I need to see if I want to change this font from Fredoka one to something else. Like Blinky Star. Blinky Star is cute. Very soon. What about main font? Nah. Oh, actually, did I change it? Stream. I think I put in overlays. That one's that one. I did! I did! I kind of want to make the... No, I like the floaty bits as they are, I think. Right, let's just make this main font. Ew, okay, can we not do the whole... Alright, that's alright. Okay, what? Create new compound clip. Redone. If I copy and I paste this, all video entries apply. What's the difference? I don't know what the difference is. Oh, actually, no, that's fine. That's just how he is. Okay, cool. Alright, I'm gonna have to move the starting soon. Guys. Why can't I move them all? Okay. Maybe move these down, like here. Oh, not that. Nope, not you either. This one. What is this? What is this? Oh, this is... Oh, okay. What if I, like, mess with the opacity of it? I think that could be cool. So let's do... Set it to 100. And then halfway through, I think. Boop. Boop. Set it to 50. I also want to, I just want to change the frame rate of this as well. Timeline's horizontal. Oops. There you go. The horizontal timeline paste. Why does it do that? Okay. Okay, so how does that look? Oops. I think of you. Oh, don't you make me whole. I want to give the text a slight camera shake. Cool. And then right there. And I want to see if I want to make this all caps or not. Nope. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty good. And then I just want to see how my stuff is going to lay out against it. So hopefully it'll be okay. Hopefully it'll look okay, but I'm going to find out if it looks okay or not. Okay. Open stream overlay clean crayon. Where is the? It's in here, isn't it? Yep. Okay. And just turn that off. Okay, I'm gonna take this off because I don't know what that's for. What's Tiny Sin look like? Is this a flat version? No, it's not. That's what the example's for, isn't though? Now it's what it's for. Oh, wait, no, I didn't. Most reasons. Ugh. Popper, poet, upon and pain. Down and over and out. Actually, let me. Oops. I should actually do this with the other art too. Okay. I don't know if I want to put this in the, like, over here or something. I closed the thing though. Thing. I like that being there. I don't know if I want this in the corner or not. I have to reopen the file. Other something on V2. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna hide these and then I'm gonna edit this on its own. Bring it back. Bring it back. And paste. Ooh, do one. Like songs, good times, roses on the land. Excuse me. Thank you. I was going to the baseline. Felt like proud of my days. Just to exhale. Every time you take mine, to me, stick to me like caramel. Walk beside me till you feel nothing as well. Good in the garden. That's what I'm going. That's not bad there. Like a little too light here. Beneath it, then I understand. What is the text color for me starting soon? Me, stick to me like caramel. Walk beside me till you feel nothing as well. Thank you for the head pat. There's no moon beside. Better over it all. Always had the hate like before. Dancing to the river, pages of prison, a nightmare for nutrition. Take what I'm given, deepest incisions. I don't know if I like this font being with it, to be honest. I know it's like my handwriting, but it's like... I just wish the O's weren't so pointy. I don't need a loading bar. I feel like maybe everyone has like a loading bar. Maybe I don't need one. You know what would be fun? Oh my god! I have an idea. Oh my god. Wait, no, I have an idea. Okay. I almost hit myself in the face. Deepest incisions. God, I got better. Well, maybe I didn't. 2K texture. Alright, smoothness. Maybe like a little bit. And off. Do like this. More. Eh. Oh, starting. I'm gonna be lazy. Nope. Okay. There's like, near. No. Oh, that looks like bad. Nope. No. Let's do this with 10. Oop, nope. Oh, my eyes are bleeding because the background is so bright. Oop. Oop. I don't really want that one. There you go. Help, I'm addicted to tomatoes. I'm buying 5 pounds. Don't! Don't! Your tummy's gonna hurt again, Vexed. Vexed. Your tummy. Think about your tummy. Think about your tummy. Unless you have something you plan to do with those 5 pounds of tomatoes. Which, in that case, maybe. But think about your tummy first. Oh yes, don't encourage them. They got a stomachache yesterday. No. Don't encourage it. These are all pretty good, actually. I'll probably freeze most of them. Okay, I can accept this. Okay, have fun with the 5 pounds of tomatoes. Hi, Zoe. Cheap as fuck right now? Well, I can't deny a good deal. I like tomatoes, so I'm gonna be taking his side their side this time. That's valid, but they hurt their tummy. I'm just a little worried. Hi, beautiful. Hi. How you doing? I'm so shy. I want these T's to be where I want them to be. That's fine. Needs to come up here. It's like rotated a bit, maybe? I want the tail to be shorter, I think. My tummy's job is to take what I would give and make it into energy. If it can't keep up, that's its fault. What? What? But that's your tummy. So technically, isn't that your fault? Hmm? I know you're joking, but still. But still. Oh, I don't. Alright. Too small. Okay, so there's the first starting student. Internet being weird today? Oh, I'm sorry. How could it be mine if I'd never seen it? Checkmate. Damn, that's true. That's crazy. You're right. Sorry. My bad. My bad. No. Love is so shallow. I'm line boiling, guys. Just you wait. I love your pan pride heart. Thank you. I'm wearing it as a cute little pin. I think it's technically a like a badge. It's supposed to be like a badge, but I'm wearing it as a pin because I think it's cute. Very pretty too. Yeah, it was made by Roxa, I think, on Twitter and Blue Sky. Hold on. Stream VTubing assets, pride pins, ROXO heart. They have like a bunch of them, and they're all for free. You can wear them if you want. But yeah, I figured I should wear something for Pride Month. This is what I chose. Oh my god, I think I need to zoom out. I think I'm too zoomed in. It's also hard because I realize I'm writing at a size that I don't want. Starting. Stop. Stop. Box. Starting. Move this over a little bit. Up a little bit. I don't have the most variation, I think. I'm gonna edit it just a little bit. But not all like that. And this one. Down. Now they'll be very similar. There we go. Bring that in a little bit. With this guy. This guy. Come down. And get squished. And these two. Cool. Okay, I think that's for that. One. This one will be 2. And then I can, actually I'll just scoot it. I'll just scoot these guys. Okay, so starting soon, and then we have the 2 variants, and now it depends on color and strokeage, I think. So Do it like this first. And then do an FX stroke. Stroke. Making change. Outside. So how's this look? Don't like those colors. Okay. I think I did like these colors though, so let's try that. And so, I did like this though, I think. How is this? I do like that. Oh, what the fuck? There you go. Oh, this one's like small again now. What the fuck? Okay. I was trying to get a sign, a two of mine, a piece of mine. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna delete. Okay, cool. And the font, except for it. Starting. Oh, it didn't give me. Oh, this guy and this guy. Bigger. And now I should have what I need. Go to downloads. Oh, that's a PSD, not a PNG. I probably look crazy buying nothing but 5 pounds of tomato, a watermelon, but it's summer, so I'm eating as much food as I can while it's cheap. I mean, that's a good plan. I don't think you're wrong in that. I do think someone's like, wow, this person's gonna have a lot of liquid in them, but that just means they don't have enough liquid in them, you know? Uh, 30. 50. Oh. Uh, I don't know if I like the way that looks. I'm nothing if not super hydrated. I'm nothing if not a super hydrated bitch. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Like that more. I think I like that actually, so. One, yeah. Go back, choose 2 files. Upload. Gets me stupid, gets me drunk. Remove. Save images. Starting soon. And then I'm going to put this in sleepy morning. Next. Enough. I get rough. Turn my neck and such as move. Move track up. Sleepy morning. Starting soon. Get smaller. Move it down here. That's not terrible, honestly. I wish I could, like, have it end out here, though. I guess I could just... Right, and then just... I think I kind of like that. You content clip, create. Confused. Where does it go? It starts at like my side. And then we can have Milk Club check-ins here, and then little alerts here. This can be this. And I think that's pretty nice. Personally. I quite like this. Okay, and then let's see how Sleepy Night looks. Thank you for the check-in, Gore. What does my ending screen look like? Look, it's centered. Okay. I'm interested in more than just being your friend. Of me, JK, J. Hey. For them. Do I want this one or do I want the other one? I just remember I have another art piece that's animated that I never used that is also made by Tell. I don't know if I want to use that one. Where is it? It's this one. How does it look? Oh, that is so full of life. Oh shit, that is so full of life. What the heck? Shit. Shit. Oh. I'm tied now. Okay, this is how I'm gonna decide. I'm gonna do this and this, and I'm gonna go to the bathroom, so I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. I'm back and a decision has been made. And my brain makes sense now. Okay. This is gonna be taking a break. Starting soon. La bumpa. Ba da bumpa. Ba da bumpa. This will be ending. Excuse me. Okay. These are going to be intermission examples. Ba-da-bum-ba. This one has all of these have it actually, so it'll be. But on my BRB screen, it is on the side. Okay, it is on the side. Okay, I like the shape of that. Bum, bum, ba-da-da-da-bum, bum. Fire, bum, bum. Fire, bum, bum. Alright, would text in the bottom right still be good? I feel like taking a break could be vertical. That would look nice. And where'd our music go? That's fine. And then honestly, I wish this would have been here and then this one would have been here, but that's okay. Our name was Billie Jean. That's because we could put alerts here and then taking a break there, yeah. Idea. Take. I should take this one. No, I don't want to do it like that. Okay. Nope. 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 Gib. Here we go. Actually, eyes look like mine. Always told me I could do. You area. And then the text for this one would go In the top right. Okay, so I gotta write all the things. Gotta write all the things. I'm trying to rotate this so I can write better. Okay, I need this to be like thinner. Okay, this one. Mm. Mm-hmm. E. E. No. Wait, actually, that one was fine. Fuck. Cream. Actually, it'd be funny if it said going to bed. Wouldn't it? It'd be funny to be like, okay, getting ready for bed. But that's not gonna be always the case, so. Be funny though. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. No, 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 no. Give it up, baby, give it up. No, 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 no. Give it up, up, baby, give it up. I thought my phone buzzed, but it did not. Hi, Moira. You give it up, give it up, give it up. Up, baby, give it up. Dang. Hi, Momo. Dang. No, 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 no. No, give it up, give it up. I'm not gonna lie, this song feels a little murdery. Give it up, baby, give it up. Baby, give it up. Baby, give it up. This one. There we go. Alrighty. There we go. Alright, what color do I want? I think I want like this color. And then these guys are the same. And then get the note. And the boop boop. Green. Oops. Huh. This one. Action 2, save. This was on 35. String text. And then we love right now. Stream starting soon. Oops. Starting soon. And then we want to do taking a break. I don't like this. Taking a oh my god. Oh my god. Break. Break. Nope. Sure. G. And then 50%. And then we do it again. A. E. A. For A. Oops. You can tell I usually write my K's in one line, but I don't think it's as pretty as it could be. Is whole shack shimmies. Shimmies. Hey. The keys are so crooked. Click, click. I guess that's okay. All the music was kind of creepy, wasn't it? I mean, weird pervert vibes. Chat, is older music supposed to give me a creepy feeling? Like a perverted feeling? I feel like these songs are kind of written by pervs. I've listened to this song already today. I don't want to listen to it again. Okay. I'm not really feeling this song either. Oh, this song will put me to sleep. No, this is my bedtime song. That's a song I listen to when I go eat. Like moving the future to the right. What? Okay. Existed and it's half my fault. I just stopped to play the victim. I'll drink alcohol. Well, my friends come home for Christmas and all. Alright, what color do I want for the... Okay. This color. Shoes, now I'm bleeding half. I don't have to lose. I could cancel out the darkness I inherited from dad. Now I am no longer funny, cause I miss the way you laugh. Don't call me forever, now you still can't call me back. And I love Vermont, but it's the season of the sticks. And I saw your mom, she forgot that I existed. It's my fault, I just not the way the victim I drink alcohol till my friends come home for Christmas. And I'll dream each night of some version of you that I may not have, but yeah, this one's gonna have to be vertical, right? Yeah, I think so. What to do? Well, I have to lose you. Stop that. You center yourself. You get out of here. Alcohol till my friends come home for Christmas and all. That I better not lose now you. Pair of shoes and a half. I don't do. Oh, fuck. Done again. In the shop stay. Even my eyes are bursting. Let's see how it looks like if I rasterize it. I'm trying to jump to the chamber. You make me do too much labor. Too much labor. Do I like this? I don't know. What I really don't like is the K's. The K's are bugging me. Yeah. Would it be the worst thing? I thought was my savior. And would it be a bad thing? I like that more. Nothing but 24/7 baby machine. We can live out this picket fence streams. Cause you live too much labor all day, every day. Therapist taking a break. Wait. Two. Too much labor all day, every day. Therapist mother me. 24/7 baby machine. We did this. And this guy. This, like. You know, I like. Okay, I think that's fine. Break one. Break two. A lot of vision. The vibe. Let's do this 35. Lift it up and see if back. Making a break. Stream. Overlay. Animations. Line boiled text. I believe no thing to come to me. Okay, so that's what that would look like. I feel like I edited it after. Text. Downloads. Is the word speaking? Okay. That feels so like it feels so uneven. What the heck? Main font. I don't like how it looks not even. Oh. I had an idea. Thank you for the wellness check. Thank you for the boop. What? I'm using quick noise replacement hover. What? Build wiggly. Ew. What do line boil? Oh, this is an After Effects though. Okay. I don't know if this looks better or if I'm just going crazy now. Like, because, you know, either are possible. You know, the sponge like fun. No, it's not that. Where is it? In the city that we run. There you go. It goes wherever. The word taking and taken is looks weird now. Oh gosh, I don't know which one I want more. Okay, I have to. It's just at the bottom. Taken. The fucking roach in the city that we see when my eyes grow. Lean fucking hydra. The white. It's like a stark white. It's not bad. I like this one a lot, but it's like I also like this. Let's modify. We listen to this one. I don't want to listen to that. Yes, I'll listen to this though. What fucking color did we use for this? Not that one. No. And she doesn't care. The one that's different is this one. This is and then this one becomes this color. Do I want to add any like flares to it? I don't think I do. Because then there's going to be this over here that's going to be like. And he doesn't care. Let's do like 50. And then stroke. And then what if this font was... Here's a font that I like in here that is similar to a crayon, but I forgot what it is. That's fine. This one. We can do like a. Okay. Move this on. Why did she give up? Brushes, this one. Every Friday, don't say. Ew, what the fuck? Boop, boop. Oh, why does it do that? That's so weird. Huh? That doesn't make much sense, but okay. Bottom jeans, boots with the fur, Whole club was looking at her. She hit the flow, next thing you know, should've got low, 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 low. Get that big booty a slap. The phone, she hit the phone, next thing you know, should've got low, 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 low. Okay, we'll do it like that. And that will be like that. Because I don't like the lime boil we did. And that one. Okay, cool. Save. Alright. Jeans, boots with the fur, I was looking at her. The flow, she hit the flow, next thing you know, shawty got low, 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 low. Hands in the rebounds with the strands. I'm seeing the flow, next thing you know, shawty got low, 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 low. Eating. I don't. What color is this? What? True ace, AC, A3, B8. Okay. Hands in the rebounds with the strands. Give a big booty a slam. Edit, redo. Okay, is it because of the, is there a fusion effect on this? What the fuck, what the fuck? What the fuck? Okay, I want text. Where'd you go? Baby girl, no. Where'd you go away? Color, shading, border, eye, 0.5. Is it undoing it? Take screen color. Okay. Oh, I don't want it to do the zoom in thing. Oh no. Oh geez. Circle outline, squiggly filter, underlay. On that one. Hog. What makes it wiggle again? What make you wiggle? To stop by your heart. Outline squiggly filter, fasteners. Nope. Displays. Nope. Unexpected smell. Why is it still so fast? Okay, so it does have to do with that. Well, your heart in a headlock. He's fine. I don't think it's any of these actually. It is the sheets too. I don't know you've been alone. Walking another day after the time. I'm so confused. I'm gonna make the wiggle text slower. I could do it, but does it repeat? I think it does. I mean, I feel like that's not bad. It is bad though. I'm trying to turn this one off. I do like that. Cool. These. Save as taking a break. And then we go into overlay animations. Fucking get in here. I don't like ya. I see. I guess, yeah, I didn't have to have it be so long, huh? What if I did do that? Actually, if I just... Let's make sample. Um... Mm, 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 mm. Hmm. Mm, out. Hmm. Okay, we'll do that. Will or in the future that will thing that open the effects. What? 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 Ripple. What is this? They say it's so satisfying. Okay. Okay. I don't wanna. Okay, nope. Next we'll go preset for Davinci. What? That's super what I'm looking for though. How to make each letter floaty. Davinci. I know I did it once, that's why I had the preset. Show me. Tracker. Ew, no, that's not what I wanted. Make each letter float. Where's the text? Here's all. It's this one. No, that's text reveal. If I suppose it was. Oh, bro, what is the one that I want? History. Gee. I wanted to go into my history. Search watch history, didn't you? Oh my eyeball! Rotate. Clear your render cache. Word by word. Reveal text animation. Is it this one? I feel like it's not that one. Okay. Well, I'll look at it, I guess. Nope, that's not what I want. Okay. Separate tracks, new effects. The best function. Magic masks. Uh-oh, I have to do it in here. Effects. Magic mask. And substance. It's this one. Huh? Yo, what the fuck? That looks hard as fuck. That sounds hard as fuck. Dramatic text. No! It's just camera shape, bro. I'm so confused how I made this because I have it. Let me look at you again. I don't have any effects on you. Visualization effects file, nope. And your fusion page tells me nothing. Okay, okay. Length. Settings. Because it has to do something with this. Yeah, and now it doesn't have it. Oh my goodness, what have I done? Draw on, snap effects, depth. I feel like point has something to do with it. Characters, transfer characters is correct. Spacing, offset, spacing, nope. 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 Zoom position. How do I make it slower? Okay. Let's just look up cool text effects for DaVinci then. Cool looping text. Let's reveal effects. Snap repeating. What is morph text? Weird. Okay. There's a guy that did a video on text effects, and like, I feel like I just can't find it anymore. It's annoying me. This one I want? That's okay. I'll be right back. I have to go use it. You haven't missed a lot, Kiwi. Well, I've been working on stuff. But welcome back. Is it your birthday? Is that why One Piece was happening? If it is, happy birthday. If it's not, happy early birthday? Or belated? I animated BLT breathing. Look. He breathed. Looks kind of chunky, but he breathed. And now I'm trying to figure out what animations I want to do. But Pixels gave me a good idea, so I'm going to try that. But my brain is honestly kind of dead. Gotta undo things, though. Okay, well, I'm doing a lot of things. It won't let me undo anymore. Okay. Text. Text plus. I want text plus. And I want this to say starting soon. And I want this to be color I need it to be, but also screen color. This color. Shading. Outline. Red outline. But not actually red outline. This colored outline. Okay. There's a car outside. And then we thicken him up. And then I'll make Da Vinci 20. Make each letter count. I don't think our popping effect is probably so that says right click text plus. Whoa, what is this? What is this? Hey, sorry, got up before you came back. No, you are fine. We were just working on stuffs. We've just been working on stuffs, deciding what the new starting soon, be right back, and ending stream screens will be. I have to edit this a little bit because in the animation it's a little wonky. I know this is a still image and you can't understand that, but like, yeah. And now I'm doing text effects because I would like to create a text effect that I like so I can use it across all of them is like my plan right now. I'm pretty sure. So my armpit itches. Okay. That's my current plan. I think I just found a video that's doing everything. What the fuck? Whoa! Whoa! What's that? Download a free starter pack? What is this? Free starter pack? Elaine Hanul. Maincoow at gmail.com. I have it. Ah, my armpit itches, bro. I'm sorry, chat. My armpit itches. I don't understand why. Download, save. I hope this makes my job a lot easier because my brain wants to think about 20 other things right now. And not this. How do I add this in? How do I install them? Sweet, are we playing with my gifts while I hang out? Happy birthday! Happy birthday! I'm sorry I'm poor and I can't get you a birthday present. Happy birthday! We love you! We love you! We love you. I'm gonna keep saying that until you respond. We love you. We love you! Ooh. Oh, what? Oh, wait, what? Thank you. Of course. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. I'm sorry I didn't get you a birthday present, but I want you to know that I care about you a lot. This is nice, right? Where did it go? Where the fuck is that? Wait, what? Yeah, but you mean under 8, so you don't need. Oh, thank you. I'm glad I can entertain. Where the fuck is the thing? Hey man, so you just gave me the free thing? And I'm gonna be real, dog. Is that not? What did you give me? What's the starter? What did I download? Starter pack free. Get your back now. I did it. I did it. How come it's not? Installation instructions. There you go. Double click if it is. Important that the fonts are installed. Okay. Wait, what did he do? He was like, you could just click them all and then. I don't think that's how that works in Windows. There should be a big old folder. We might need to restart it, that's why. That would make sense. That would make a lot of sense if it was just like, oh, just restart me. Baby. You're so cute. You're so cute. I love you. I love you. I love you. You can come take a nap on my desk. You won't. I'm comfy. What? Why is this? Why is this not empty? What? Okay. Why is it not happy? Everything. What is up with you? Okay, you know what? Delete. Close. Delete. Yep. Boop, boop. Cancel. Oh my god. Delete. File. Save as. Version 2. And then we replace. Where is it? Clip operation replace. Oops. Give me the thing. Give it to me. Clip operation replace selected link. Ah, this one. Alright. This back on. Alright. We're gonna keep you on. And we're gonna turn the rest of you off. We're gonna take you off. I'm gonna look for effects. And then we're gonna look for text. Liquid? What does this do? Sure. Whoa, that's kind of cool. Okay, anywho, that is not at all the effect I want, so I'm just gonna follow the tutorial. What? You're gonna do what? What? You gonna do what? Uh... Okay, I'm just gonna do it to this one, I think, is my plan. This one. Video. Text. Nope. How did you bring in the Megad? Okay. Okay. What? That didn't do the thing. Oh, it's right click. Follow. Okay. Okay. Hmm. Wait, what? Hold on. Okay. Okay. Why is the thing so big? What? Okay. Why is this at negative? Wait, whatever. Okay, wait. Mm-hmm. Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, what? Oh. So, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Keyframe. Okay. Okay, well, what the fuck? Okay. This start at 0, please. Not possible. Be 0? I don't understand. Why is this at the negatives? Okay, whatever. Mm-mm. Are you in the negatives? No. Why you? Fusion composition. Edit. Now this is at 0. Oh my god. Okay, text. Starting soon. Do maincoow font. Do shading. Nope. This one. Okay, and then click follower. Settings. Transform. Yeah, it's transform. And then what? And then shading. Oh, and then position. 3. Okay. S 8. Eight. Okay, cool. Okay. Let's do 3. Okay, cool. Let's pause it and let's say do here. And then let's say 8. So let's do 16 maybe? 16, 20. Oops. 1, 2, 3. 1. Wait. More like, yeah, 1, 2, 3. So wait. 1, 2. Okay, so wait, back 1. Paste points and values. And then wait. And then paste. Oh shit. Walls caving on you. Walls caving on you. Oh, what the fuck? They're trying to link us in the fusion page. I am. Oh, Andrea, I need to talk to you. Do you know why? Also, hi. 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 Thank you for the check-in. Do you know why when I render my videos, they have a black frame on them? I can send you a video that I rendered as an example, but I don't know why. I don't. And then sometimes I change the settings, and sometimes it fixes itself, and sometimes I don't change the settings, and then sometimes it stays the same. I really don't. It bothers me. Succeed. Succeed. 3, 4. Nope. 18. Are you trying to do anything? No. No. I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think so. Okay, so now this. Okay, now. Oh, that's too soon. Oh my god, I just want to scoot all of this. Just caving on you. How do I move? I need you guys to move. That makes sense. Made it home. Welcome home. Oh, you know what? I did this stupid, I think. I don't need those. I had 2 people flirt with me. Oh my goodness. I'm so proud of you. Good job. All alone without you. And then, like, I think more than that, actually. Let's see. What did I do? Huh? Window. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. What have I done? Oh, Jesus. Receiving gifts still feels weird to this day. Oh, why is that? Why, though? You deserve all the gifts in the world. Okay, wait. I did the thing here. Okay, and then if I want... I want to copy these. I have an idea. So... I'm starting... Wait till 100. And give me a game IDK how to reply. Just say thank you. Yeah, thank you. I'm sure that's all they desire. Is a thank you. I don't think you have to think too much about it. -5, negative one. Nope, negative 0.3. What? 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 Oh. And here. Oh, interesting. 50. Wait, this can happen sooner. Go to 50. Yeah. And then 1, 2, 3. Wait, and then shift this. And then I want to invert it. And then use 100. Okay. Oh god, okay. And then here. Opacity to opacity be 0, I think. Okay, yeah, that's okay, I guess, but like, goodness, like Shift S maybe. Oh God. Oh, I see. There we go, and then Shift S. Huh? How am I doing this displacement wrong? Yeah, you guys are supposed to be down here. I don't quite understand why you're up there. But I need you. Why don't you go down? I don't quite understand. Delete? Okay, how you can press F to smooth out the keyframes without affecting the nodes, if I recall. Oh, okay. Thank you. Also, do you mind if I send you that video that I'm trying to render? And I don't know why it's weird. Like, I've changed none of my settings, and now they're just rendering bad. And they're literally just my TikTok videos. Yeah, send it. Okay, thank you. If you need me to send the project, let me know. Because, like, I'm so confused with why it's not working. But maybe if you look at it, you'll be like, I know this problem. This happens when X happens. But I don't know. But I appreciate you. Go. Okay, so again, just fucking here. Do it. Paste. Okay. Now. Cool. Okay, can we wait a little bit longer before this happens, though? Same with you. Go over here. Sing it to me. Okay, let's push it a bit more. But there. Oh wait. Yeah, it's stopping here because that's as far as it goes. Got it. Brain understands. Tomato. Excuse me? Huh? Okay. Oh yeah, I'm right. I want to do it like this, yeah. Have you tried writing it on the edit page and not the... Huh? I can do what? I can do what? You tell me I can do what now? Why are you at negative again? Oh, because I'm on the wrong one, that's why. Bloop. And then it ends at 119, so it's gonna end. It makes you... Okay. Actually, nope. That I need. This you, I need you. Oop, not that one. This one. And then double it. Now Fusion tab, and now I should have more. It comes to 200, I think. Comes to 2. Let's do like that. No, it's starting soon, and then it waits a little bit, and then it disappears. But I think it disappeared too soon. You select the clips and then right click and choose render in place. Okay. I will have to do that after stream and see how I feel about it. So go into edit page, right click. Oh my god. Edit page, right click, render in place, pick MP4 and H.264. Okay. Okay, thank you. I shall try that. Why the fuck does it smell like laser tag? Uh, I don't know. Maybe because got a burnt smell to it, maybe? And then he's 100. No. How much is this? 3? Oh god, this is too far away. What? I think that's more like it. Okay. I want both. How that looks, right? Yep. Much faster though. Maybe I could. Okay, this one. Get this one and then just bring it back a little bit. I want it a little bit faster. Maybe not that fast. How about that fast? Yeah, I'm down for that. I think that works out well. I'm just gonna modify this. Yeah. Yeah. And then it wiggles a little bit, I think is the plan. Oh, you can alt-click on a keyframe, the handles move. Oh, you can? Okay, alt-click? Okay, I have to make notes. Alt-click to only affect one. Thank you. How do I make the background go away? Do I need a background? What? What did I do? Oh. Background color. Hey, yippee! Okay. Well, thank God you can just make it transparent. Not that guy, this guy. Shading, red outline, enable. Outside only. Red outline. What? Oh, is it because it also needs the... Yes, it does. Yeah, it do. Okay, so... Can I just... Oh, okay. All right, and then it needs displacement as well. Oh. There you go. Ooh. Huh? Excuse me. Wait. Paste with offset. Okay. Huh? Okay. Okay, you need to go away. Add opacity. Add this one. Placement. Oh, 0. Okay, and then let's go here. Let's go to displacement. Let's turn this one off. Oh, oh. Right click, paste with offsets. Okay. Brother, why are you not offset? Why is the diggy not offsetting? Did I fucking know? Oh, this background should be this one. If you want to try to reuse the same keyframes, you can right click the thing you're trying to animate to connect it to it and pick up the keyframe you want to reuse. Huh? What is this? What is this? What are you? What are you? Okay, yeah, it's this one. Huh? What's happening? What is happening? What is opacity 2 coming from? Oh my god. Okay, that's fine. Where the fuck is opacity 2 coming from? Uh-oh. Can I delete this? Haha! Deleted it. Alright, and then this guy is off again. Wait. Wait, what? You right click and pick the freaking you want to use? Copy points value, paste with element, copy points value. Oops. Wait. Oops. One name on the right panel? Oh. Reduce points, flat, smooth, isolate, duplicate. Export. Is this Control V, Control C? Let's see. Hold on, I just gotta go. Oh. 18. What? Okay. Let's set a keyframe here. Alright. 12. Oh, come back. 12. And then 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. 15. Right click. Paste with offsets. Oh, okay. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. So 5 and then 20. I should go to 20. Okay. Okay. Oh. Okay. What? What? Why are you so weird? Okay, well that should be pretty damn equal. I like to move. Oh my god, my screen is like flickering and it's scaring me. Go over there. No. No. Huh? Where did it go? Okay. I want to see all of them. There you go. Okay, but it's too much now. Okay, so we're gonna put 140. Okay. Okay. I'm saving. And then, oh shit, and then we go here. Oh, not that guy, this guy. I'm gonna go to background. Let me turn this up. Okay. Okay, I have the, I want to export this. You can go in there. You go right there, okay. Now, I need you to have a border. That's the only thing I need. Okay. You modify. Red outline. Enable. What happened? Okay, that one works. But this isn't a follower, though. Range text. But if I give this the outline, it's not gonna follow it, right? Yeah. If I do another follower, I do that. I'm not seeing no shadow here, dog. I'm back. I'm back. What? Oh, fuck. Okay. Do any of these do what I want? It would be very, cool if one of these just had what I needed. Next rewind. That's kind of cool. I actually didn't know there was this many fusion titles. Circle, clean and simple. Deep. Oh, what are you working on today? I am trying to figure out how to make a cool starting soon effect, because I animated my starting soon screen, and now I would like it if I could have. Ooh, this is actually cool. Yeah, this one. But I'm trying to figure it out. It's kind of hard. Oh, this one's cool. Flip over. Oh, flip up is cool too. Flip up lower third is whatever. So hello. How are you doing today? Headline, horizontal line reveal. Jitter. Oh, this one could be cute too. Wait. Wait, let me just take all of these. Ow. That's kind of cool. Wait, this is like what we were doing. Wait. That's what we were doing. Is this one? Okay, okay. We have like 5 to choose from. Okay. Okay. Like, we have that one. Okay, I kind of don't think I like this one. Good. I'll allowing myself to joy of working on my updated ref a bit after a full day of work. Fuck yeah! I hope it turns out sexy. Unless you don't want it to be sexy, then in case I want it to come out however your brain hopes for it to come out. Yes. That's like what we were doing. That's like what we were doing. Oh my god. Thank you for the wellness check. feel like I should have checked these first, you know? No sexy is good? Pog. Sorry, I just needed to finish that. Ice cold water. Hi, what's up? Hi. How's the work going? The work's going good. I think I like this one because this is like what we were trying to do, but it's already done, you know? So that's awesome. Ain't fun. Get out of here, fusion composition. All right, new question. Can I have an outline color though? You're gonna probably tell me that I can't, and I'm gonna be sad. Ugh. Let's see. Main text spacing. What do you mean? I love it when people try to do tough stuff. Do the tough stuff for me. I know, right? But now we have the problem of I don't know how to get an outline on here. Ooh, a gradient would be cool. A gradient would be cool. Always cloudy except for into the past. How do I change this color? Okay. Oh. Okay, this one doesn't have a border on it though, and I kind of want it to have a border. Could I give it a border? Open. No idea how. Yeah, there's like different ways to do it, so that's why I'm like going through it. Also, I think I'm a pimple on my chin. Annoying me. I do, but it's just a baby one. Okay. Okay. Will you break if I give you a border? Enable. Alright, give it to me. What did I do? I think I broke something. Ah! I did break it. Outline effect onto text and differentiate. Ferocious gremlin, yes. Very ferocious. Arr. Arr. I have an idea. This is kind of jank, but it might work. How do I change the color? Where's the color go? You're adorable. Blech. Okay, well I broke it. Fuck. Okay, I just tested on this guy. That's not. There we go. Okay, so you and then make you. Fuck. Brick. Why no outline? That's my question, is why no outline? You know, like how come in this effect itself, like why is there no, you know, keyframe stretcher, upper text? Okay, can you show me your stuff? Okay, now what if we copied all this and we put it on the shading of like this one, you know? So you have opacity and displacement, offset and opacity. Okay, so now if we went to offset this one, copy, and then we paste it, no, don't eat it. If I duplicate, nope. Okay. If I copy this, paste value, paste points. No. Right, let's go here. Copy. Paste. Paste settings. I did do a copy first, you big old bitch. Okay, wait, it did something. But it's like offset, I think. Okay. Okay. Me. Nope. You and me, baby, we ain't nothing but memories, so what you would like to do on Discovery Channel. You, baby, we ain't nothing but memories, so let's do on Discovery Channel. Okay, what about now? Son of a bitch! Why? Why do you wait, why aren't you at negative 0.3? What? Yeah, that one's at negative 0.3. What? Huh? What? 0, negative 0.3. Okay. Ooh, I see something. Ooh. Ooh. Base with values. Okay. Now. Why didn't it do anything? Excuse me? You're the same. You are the same. Figured out how to do it. How? Bark! Tell me. Oh, fuck. Fucking, tell me. I don't have like a big thing. Tell me. I want to know. Oh, fuck. What the fuck? I want to know. Let's do it later than the Discovery Channel. Is red outline on? Yes. Yes, it is. And I should have the keyframes in the right locations. Unless I did them wrong, because technically... Go to modifiers. Okay. Do I need to take off the keyframes? Restart with a new one. You got it. Oh, you got it. Delete. Get out of here. Fresh. Oh my god, no. Fresh. Alright, fresh one. Got a fresh one for you. Alright. Rise and fade. Okay. Modifiers. I'm behind a cigarette. Turn on the outline first. Shading. 2. Red outline. Enabled. Even though it doesn't show up. It doesn't show up. I will say it doesn't show up on my end. But I did turn it on. Modifier? I am in modifier. Follower? Okay. Oh wait, what am I supposed to... Was I supposed to turn it on in tools? Wait, no, it doesn't do that. Okay, modifier. Yep. We're good. Yep, modifiers. Outline follower. Yep. Shading is on. You click on the green node. This one? On the node tree. Oh. Okay. And turn on the outline there. Okay. Turn it off here. Upper text shading. On. Okay. I did it. I did it. And now go to modifiers. Okay. Then enable outline. Enable. Okay, I did that. Modifier, shading, edit outline. Right click on opacity and connect follower to opacity. Connect to opacity 1. Okay. Oh, and then I would do the same thing and then and then offset. Connect to oh Andrea's the best, guys. I love you, Andrea. Thank you. Thank you very much. Holy shit, that sucked. Iggy. I feel I've got to. Oh. What do you mean? No. Wait. I'll say bye now. Far from you. All I want you. Oh, boy, forgive. I needed a loop. Wait, I need it to loop. But it's like a little bit too long. Okay, wait, what if I just cut everything to this? Would that be okay? No. Full champagne out for the celebration. Woo! I'll drink some water. Woo! To you. Okay, let me see. Keyframes. Touch me, please. Wait, what the fuck? It fixed itself. What the fuck? It fixed itself. What the fuck? Oh my god. Oh. I do it like this. Like have space and then do it again. Yippee! Ankle font. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Nope, nope, go back, delete you. And then go this guy, and go to this guy, and then go here where I can see the text. And then thickness. Make sure it's not broken. Okay. And then we give it our blue. This blue. Is it all you need? And then I gotta take this guy. Put him on my other monitor. And then pick green color, this one. Okay. And then layout. There you go. Like the way it sounds. Okie dokie. Now you go in the bottom corner. I've never been happier that I spent so much time on a fusion page. Same! Same here! Ooh. Yes! Yippee. Wait, honestly, we just... There you go. Get out of here. Okay. This is an angel when he's sleeping. Nobody camera effects, not you. Oh goodness. Thanks. Actually, I wonder if I could figure that out now that I understand that. Captions, wiggle text, wiggle text. Good lord. Okay, settings. Modifiers. It's you, right? Yeah. Copy. Boy. Wait. Okay. You. This guy. Modifiers. Oh, that's what that does? Oops. Wiggle text. U. Fusion. Wiggle text. U. Yes. Go to U. Template. Go to U. Go to follower 1. How did I copy you? Copy, okay? Don't close it yet. Go here. Go to this Fusion tab. Wait, I could have just stayed in the Fusion tab. Okay, well, I'm still getting it. Alright, modifiers. This one. Paste. No. Cancel. Tools. Okay, so I need to add a new follower. Insert new follower. Now we should have follower 2. We paste. Okay, I fucked it up. Go away. Come back. Okay. The Fusion page. Open up. Open up. You. Okay, you do need a new follower. In order for me to copy this, you need a new follower. Insert. Follower. You have a new follower now. This is follower 1. Paste settings. That's not what I wanted it to do. Oh, fucking go away. Oops. Oh my god, stop. Can I go my sound effects? What is this? Okay. I am slightly confusion. Cause is it you? No. Template. Modifiers. Follow. The character is completely random. What is the okay. Completely random, delay 2. Show me what my heart is worth. You shine down here. Okay, and then okay, this guy. Who belongs to me? Offset. Background. Highlight. Okay, if I remove stuff, does this start removing stuff from the thing? It does, okay. I kind of just want to understand what it is I have. These merges aren't necessary anymore, I think. Is this one necessary? Cancel. Okay, no. It is just whatever is left in here. Mr. Forgettable. Okay, so I need these. Mm. What? Hmm. Code strip settings. How do I get you two to combine? Baby, no. I need this template to go inside of here. Made a discovery with headphones. What did you find out? What did you find out? Baby, no attachment. Keep in the passenger seat, you're in the bedroom now. Maybe we won't do that. Wanna tell your friends it's scary. It squeaks because the ear pad is making contact with my glass and it's making me go insane. Oof. You could put a little band-aid on your glasses. Maybe that would help. I just wanted... Can I apply camera shake per letter? Apply camera shake per letter. Or you could put like a band-aid, I guess, on the headphones. Whichever one you find more modular. The messenger said me out. Excuse me. Delete the merge node, you're using it wrong. It makes no sense here. Maybe read up on it in the manual. Connect the text node to the yellow input. Connect the text node to the yellow input. Connect the text node to the yellow input on the camera shake node. Connect the camera shake to the green input tracker node. And just shake. Oh, maybe. Okay, so maybe if I took this guy and put him in here. Oop. But I have two green ones. So my problem is I have two green guys. And I want to use the effect of one green guy and the other green guy. Loves me, he loves me not. Okay, what about camera shake? How's work going, love? It's going. I tell you what, it's going. I'm trying to figure things out, and it's not exactly working, but you know, it's okay. Outward only. Can I really not apply this to just randomness scale? I don't really want it to be that random. I'm playing Peak with friends, but I'm dead. Aww. And fuck yeah, you got Peak? Fuck yeah. I hope it's fun. I want to play with you. I would love to play with you. I have no money, but I'd love to play with you. Going to text events, you can copy the text node, paste it as an instance, and de-instance specific parameters to make them unique. Finally, merge the two next nodes together. Alternatively, you could have separate text nodes, apply different effects on each, and merge them together. What? Even if it's 10 years from now, I still play with you. Yay! I'm happy. And told me I mean, yeah, have good food. Thank you. Okay. Alright, it's time to fuck this up. Because I think I understand what I'm doing, but I also think I don't understand what I'm doing. You know what? We're just gonna go gung ho. What if we just take copy the path connecting shake 1 to follower over 15 also, yes. Oh, okay. To those empty rooms, anywhere else. Okay, so I think the fastest way to do this, take this guy. Ooh. Take this guy, copy him, reopen Rise Fade, paste him here, go to modifiers, take character offset, $1 copy, and then we need a new follower, paste, connect to what? Lower 15, path 5. Wait, do I not need this then? Okay. I go to modifiers. $1. Shake. So this is a shake. Interesting. What if I... What's the difference between these guys? Characters? Path 1. What? So what is this? Modifiers. Transform. Transform. What did I do? I think this might be a little too hard for me. I think we should just be satisfied with this. But it'd be so cute. Okay. Template. Get this guy. What does this guy affect? Templates. Okay, what does follower 1 have? All characters, text. Transform? Is this, but that's influenced by take on follower 1. What is this guy? I don't need that guy though. Modifiers. Publish, switch. Okay, what if I... Okay, this one. Characters. Characters. Finding completely random between each character. So if I did that to this one, that's right. Completely random. Oh. Okay. So what if I... So this one would have to be left to right. Move shake 1. Add a new follower. Follower 3. Random. Connect to position. Follower 3 needs to be completely random. Characters. Oh. 2. 2. No shading. Move. Connect to move from full circle position. Okay, I think I'm understanding how this works. Okay, so this needs another follower. Insert follower. This is completely random. Delay is supposed to be 2. Onset. Connect to shake on follower 1 position. I think it's this one. Oops. Fuck! Yeah, I figured it out. Oh my god, I did it. Oh my god. Oh my god. Rise. Outline. Oh my god, that took me forever. Okay, now I just need to make it slower. This one. Do this minimum. Oh, I fucked it up. Okay, that's an easy fix. It's not. Oh. That fix it. I did it. Cool. Okay, so maybe it's the maximum that I have to change. Maximum 0.0. Hmm. I want to be smaller. Okay, hold on. Boop. Okay, now if I fuck it up, it'll be okay. Gonna dip. Have a good time. And thank you. Have a wonderful night. Thank you for hanging out. It means a lot to me. Wait, wow. Still goes upon that loop very fast. Okay, what if I turn up the smoothness? Okay, my only other idea is to slow it down. Isn't just possible. Let's take this, turn this off. Be shorter. New compound clip, create. Oh, it's a pleasure. I'm trying to fix my comms, but decided to sleep first. Good idea. I'm proud of you. That's a good idea. Get some good rest. Get good rest. We love you. It's like speed to 50. Nah, it's still like this guy is like rough. Smoothing it didn't help. No one better than me. No center displace. I don't do anything on. No one better than me. Ooh. That might be better. I did it. Okay. Rise. Wiggle. New bin. Rename. This is going to be text. And then we're going to remove bin. And then we're going to take rise wiggle. Cool save. Cool. I wish it was a little slower. I like this. I want to see really quick if I can slow it down. Need you guys to move to 15. I like that. Cool. And now file, save project as. Cancel. Actually. And then. Yep, not that guy. Text. Rise wiggle. This will be. And then. Not that guy. This guy. Okay. And the ending color is. Want the color. Unless you're in the end times. Okay. Oh, I can just make it the same color as that, actually. What color is this? So, now I go to this guy. Oh. This guy. Okay. Okay, and this guy. and come over here. And this guy can go over a bit. Oh wait, no. Ah, oh, fuck. This is going here, right? Yes, it's going right here. It's actually bigger. Let's put that there. And this can go here. And then shading, none of that. Blue border. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Okay, and then we just lower the thickness a bit. There you go. Really? Cute. Okay. And then I just have to edit the animation a little bit. I don't know what that one is. Close. Close. And then file. And verb. Okay. And then we want to clip operations, replace selected clip with stream, and I'm probably gonna edit this and probably I'll edit the thing off stream and then call it a night, probably. Oh, I don't need it to do the end piece anymore for this one. I just wanted to stay. Oh, well, actually, it doesn't matter, I guess. But I do need to change thing here to taken up break anchor center. Where am I putting this? Oh no, I'm stupid. I'm not doing it like that. Edit, redo. Break. Okay. And then I just need whatever color this is, and then fusion effect, and then this guy. Okay. I kind of just want it to wiggle, actually. Yeah. So what happens now? So those are, okay, interesting. What happens now? Okay, maybe not all of those. Okay. I've learned that that is not what I can do. Okay. Actually, forward 15 needs to turn off, right? That's the only thing. Is it black screen? Okay. I think I could just take out the opacity, offset displacement. Hit this one. Is it because it's thinking the opacity is off? Shading. Okay, how's this? And I'm gonna turn the offset off. This guy. Okie dokie. And the compound clip I have to edit. Because the media in should be this one, I think. Normal. Okay, cool. Oh. Okay, so actually, let me just. Oop. And this one can go B. Again. Yes, save. What is sleepy mornings? Normal. Oh, this is the thing that makes it so pretty. But how? But how? This correction. Should I moved on? Replacing tone hands. Let me see if I can recreate the effect really quick. What? And then was it a linear burn? No, maybe it's near light. Softly? No. What is happening? Add? Oh. Color burn, but less. Okay. No. What did I do? Give it the head pat. I somehow also made it lighter. Like, what the fuck? Overlay? Overlay is pretty close. Maybe there was just more blur. I don't know what the fuck I did to this. Okay. Anywho. What about Sleepy Night? Do I know what I did to this one? I did a 0.85 and I did a linear light. Linear light. Linear light. Linear light. Linear light. Normal. Linear light. I feel like that makes the darks too dark. Print. Hide. Illusion. Hard mix. Yeah, that's fine. Is this really blurred? It is, okay. I just wanna Dehaze just beautiful color, aces transform. Maybe chromatic adaptation? No. That's not correct. Color space transform? No, that's not correct. Gamput limiter? Nope. Dimensional grain, color palette grid, 3D keyer, HSL keyer. Nope. Just don't want the darks to be so dark. I like everything else, but like the darks are so dark. Would that be in here? Thank you for the wellness check. Vocal stem. Oh my god, that's actually the first one today.
I like chocolate milk.
I like Talk to me.
Babies have no fucking personality. Get the fuck
We'll
off
do an
this
extra one,
earth,
just in
you
case.
fucking babies.
I love stealing.
Stealing, I love taking things. I love stealing. I love taking things. Alright, cool. Cool. Save. I think that's everything. So I think that's what I'll probably save because my brain is kaput and I want to go render some videos and stuff. So who's still streaming? Oh yeah, Kazuya's streaming. I wanted to go raid Kazuya because Kazuya's doing a 24-hour stream. So we're gonna go raid him. You guys are hanging out with me. They have 14 hours left. So hopefully it'll be a fun one. Currently they're playing something that I don't know what it is, but I hope you enjoy it. Thank you for hanging out with me today, everyone, as always. Tomorrow will be an interesting day because we are going to be doing something. We're gonna probably do some art tomorrow because we're not having D&D tomorrow, and then we're gonna get high and then we'll watch TikTok. So I hope you guys are excited. I'm excited. Who knows, might be a little bit of a shorter stream tomorrow, but we'll see. We'll see how crazy I'm feeling without that adderall. So I love you guys. Here's a raid message. If you want to use it, you can. You don't have to, of course, but I'd appreciate if you did so they know where you came from. But I love you guys a lot. Mwah. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye.